All right. Hello, sports fans. Back at it. You can still hear my voice. Still a little bit sick. Just cannot shake this cough. It's been brutal. Um, yeah, it's been brutal. So have I've done some work at home, but just haven't been doing too much. Which reminds me, I actually need to send off a invoice to Mrs. Frostmage. Take a quick look here. Um, yeah, so we're still trying to rip this up. We are on. Oops, that's a good one. Let's see what. I don't think the other guy has anything folded, right? Oh, okay. What are we looking at here? We just have the two going on at the moment. This guy had ace five. This guy has ace five. I have ace six. He's got suited. He flops it. It gets worse when it turns. Yeah, so this is what it is. Let's just keep going, shall we? So I got two tables going on right now. You know what's missing here? There's a thing missing here. Uh, that's not it. Hmm. Nice one. Gonna have to rebuy into that one. That's just all there is to it. Oh, Rocky. Rocky lose already? Yeah, Rocky's out, right? You did all that work. What the deuce, Rocky? How did that even happen? I guess that's why he's. He called almost every hand. He didn't give a shit what was happening in front of him. He just would call the one, and someone would raise, and someone else would re-raise. He just still called it off. Um, he raised pre-flop. I re-raised him, and he um, like on the flop. I have king queen, I think, and I hit the king, and then so he checks it to me or heads up. I lead it, and he snap calls it. Turn card comes an ace. He checks. I also check. Or no, I think I actually lead out on the turn, but small, and he snap calls it. And on the turn to just check it down, and he shows up with a7. So even though he's facing a raise with his shitty ace, he couldn't let it go. Um, yeah, I love it. I guess I got an overpair there, right? Wait, doesn't have an overpair, just a flush draw? Oh my god. I'm just getting raked on this table. What do we got over here? I got moved over on this other one, so let's pull this one up. Daily Legends 7 Max. Let's just keep going, shall we? I got two tables going. Excuse me. 10. I can't call that. Can't call this one off either. Why can I not find this? Well, now I have ace 10 on this one, so I am going to have to call this one off. Let's chunk it all in there. Gonna have to rebuy into that one. That's awesome. Why is this not coming up? Rocky lose already? Yeah, Rocky's out. Hmm. He called almost every hand. That's sources. You know, it should be this one, right?
I have Discord shouting in one of my ears, but I muted them because some things were said that would get me in trouble.
This is
I think I'm gonna end up.
1, 3, 5, 73. Just marking down how many peoples are on there. I'm having a bad month today.
Two Discords running
In terms of final tabling tournaments and whatnot. Maybe it has to be.
I have Discord on my computer. I also checked. I have it on my PC. So I could join Discord. I could permanently mute Zammy on my.
What is happening here? Why can I not get this thing to come up?
Who's raiding out this early? What were you doing? Nice. Hold on, let's do a shout out. Holy shit. But did you die? Oh, I remember this. I remember you, homie. I appreciate it. What game were you playing? Apex Legends. I do love the name. It's the perfect healer name, by the way. Do you play a healer?
Capture screen, but I can't find the capture screen.
In your games? I don't know if Apex Legends has a healer. I do? That's what I thought. Nice. I love it. I approve. I approve, dude. Thanks for the raid, homie. We're sitting here just looking at a maintenance screen talking.
Well, that's not it.
All right, I'm going to log into Ove.
Settings for capture? No, that's not it. Well, now I have ace 10 on this one, so I am going to have to call this one off. Oh, this is an easy fold here, right? Yeah. This is a 55-cent tournament. I should probably look that guy up. Yeah, there it is. He turns Broadway when I hit the queen. That's why you have to fold that stuff, because it's just like none of that makes any sense. Too many things have got me beat. So let's get out of the way. And yay! As it turns out, that's the right play.
So how does it look on this one? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure something out. Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you prefer sauerkraut or coleslaw? Oh my god, that's a hard. Okay, here we go. Sauerkraut on my hot dogs, coleslaw on my pulled pork sandwich.
All right.
Boom. That's the right answer.
Well, we have a good hand, good starting hand here. So let's see what we can do with this.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No way. My dad's coleslaw. They're both gross.
Did get luck sucked here. He had Jack 5, I think he was all in, and then I was in.
My dad's coleslaw, but sauerkraut over.
In terms of final tabling.
Hell yeah. But no, but in all seriousness, I think coleslaw.
I think that will probably be a good hand. I guess we'll go broke with this one as well, right?
Fuck. That's right. A Reuben and a hot dog require you cannot have a pulled pork sandwich, like barbecue sandwich.
There we go.
With, like sweet coleslaw on top of it. Like there's, like it's not, like there's you can't.
We'll just take it down.
Order it. That's how it comes.
Take it down to Chinatown.
Say no coleslaw. So that's why I think coleslaw.
What is happening here? It's gotta be this one, right? I'm still trying to find that thing. Who cares if you're out there, buddy? Give me a shout. What is happening here?
I agree.
It has its own.
Yeah, Ruben's fuck, they're so good. Oh my god.
Oh, maybe that's part of it.
Yeah, that's incredible. I'm right now setting up. I'm almost finished setting this up. So
That should be part of it. Maybe that's what's happening there.
But I need to join, so I need Zaggy. Hold on, let me. I need Zaggy to promote my.
All right. So I was chatting up a young man last night. He's totally rad. He's a dad. He's totally rad. I was watching his stream last night, and he streams for several hours at a time. I like it. And to his own credit, he says really the reason why I stream is actually to keep his thought process.
Goddamn Americans with their.
I'm not sure what the term he used. Keep his thought process.
So you're about to offend the
Like he's much more aware of his thought process then,
Okay. Are you telling me
because he is streaming. I thought that was really good actually.
I get you.
Just
Mashed taters, I'm not big on. We are
knowing that he needs or wants
tier fucking
to
potatoes.
stream
Spots are goddamn.
stream to keep his head level, I guess, and then talk about his thought process. Again, that's very intuitive. That's very self-aware. That's the word I'm looking for. That's very self-aware to do that. So kudos to that guy, to the rad dad.
Hold on a second. How do so many people do grits? You take grits, you put some.
And some of the plays that I saw him do, it absolutely made sense. And I'm a little bit
That's right. Hash browns are up there too. Hash browns.
shocked that then it's not shocked, right? It's just sometimes I think the guy, he's making brilliant moves,
Yo, gosh.
and other times I'm like, why are you calling there,
What?
or why are you raising there? This doesn't,
I fucking love
like the line just doesn't play out here. The line doesn't make any sense. I'm pretty sure this is a fold,
Now, it's not good.
right?
Don't get me wrong. Grits are gonna be fresh.
And so I just like, well, why do you think this or why do you think that? And so we just start having this conversation back and forth. This is a shit.
Not good. You have
Yeah, that's not the one. This is a shit.
is, I mean, maybe not S tier, but it's
Because you, right? I have a gut shot 8. So if the 8 does come in, now I have the idiot end of the straight. Right? So that's why it sucks. So the thing to do is just get rid of that. This one over here. This is the idiot end of the straight. It's easier, better to get out of the way. Anyway, so I was wanted to try and connect with him, and he says he's always looking for poker strategy discussions, and I thought that was very insightful as well.
oh my goodness.
You know, I'm gonna actually step away for just a second. I'll be back in 2 minutes. It's not break time. I do have to hit the sit out button and all these. I'll be back in just 2 minutes here. Right back. Sorry about that. Oh. Ooh. Well, I'm still trying to find out why that thing's not coming up here. Advertising's not on there. It's not this one. Music. Tournament display. This one. Stream loves. There we go. Okay, let's try that. Yay. All right, so it was just the wrong window. It was capturing the wrong window. All right, so let's come to this one right here. You see underneath here, it's the 3 red and the 2. So I've played in going for 5 tournaments right now. I've busted out a 3, and I'm still in 2. There it is. All right, let's turn this down just a little bit more. All right. Okay, so yeah, Rad Dad. I mean, it's I'd love to connect with them and start a poker study group, because I'm interested in. I've got another guy. 1 shot, 1 kill. He's doing very well. But he's a young man. That just me like you can draw some, you can infer some things about that, and those are just your own biases that are coming through with that. But I think by and large he plays well. A, he's American, right? B, he's young, but his play is fundamentally sound. But he just makes some, like he and I have been working together, and he just makes some fundamentally challenging plays sometimes. Let's come over to this one. I've got a ace king, or sorry, an ace queen. So let's just see. And Ronnie Mata, we've got some history with this guy as well. I have to look him up. All right, so we'll use this as an example here. He's under the gun here in this position, and he raised ace 5 like I am. He raised ace 5 suited under the gun. And so on the surface, and I think a lot of people agree, and you look at these solvers and things like this, and they'll say the same sort of thing. And you say, oh yeah, you should be raising these hands. And I'm like, I don't think you should be raising these hands. You need to see this flop. So this is a shit hand, right? You really want to see lots of low cards. Like this is a hand that you have to hit twice. Who cares? And we talk about this all the time. You have to hit this hand both cards for this to be a good hand, or you have to have like 2 diamonds. 3 diamonds is better, obviously, but 2 diamonds. If you don't hit that sort of combination, you do not want to shovel a lot of chips onto this, right? So when you're raising here, and this is the question that I ask 1 shot, 1 kill. When you're under the gun here, just looking at this other hand here. When you're under the gun and you raise your ace 5, ace 4, it's fine, you get it, you see that. But you're sitting over here in one of these 2 positions, in the cutoff or on the button. If you have ace king, are you ever folding there? And when I asked 1 shot that question, he says, if I'm in these 2 positions, I'm not folding ace king. I said, perfect. So now come back to you actually raising your ace 5 here. What are you hoping to achieve if you're not going to lose those 2 hands? You're never going to get a better ace to fold. So what are you hoping to do here? Well, you're raising to put more money into the pot, so when you hit, you'll win a bigger pot. Like he didn't come up with that. I had to walk him through, but that's why you're doing it. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. However, when you have 100 bigs, I get it. When you have 18 bigs, not so much. And when you have 7 bigs, no way, right? So you have to be much more selective in the hands that you have, that you're playing there. And so I think he's no longer doing that, which is good. You should have a much tighter range under the gun. Ace 5 is just much too wide, and he couldn't figure out why he kept losing and getting run over. Well, it's because you have such a wide range here, and your range is not going to get rid of someone, right? So, and then the second thing that he and I mean, that's just part of it. We've talked about that a bunch of times. Should be good here. So then we ended up talking about 3 hands yesterday. He asked me for a quick conversation, and the quick conversation is always 15 to 30 minutes long, not 5 minutes. So he asked me, he's the under the gun raises. He's playing a 2-5 game. The standard raise here is standard raise is $15. And so the under the gun raises to $25. And I say, okay, let's just stop there for a second. If the average range, like this is what people think about when you're thinking about your poker game. When you're thinking about other people, this is what you have to be thinking about. And why do you have to be thinking about this? Because other people are thinking like this. And they do this, and you should be doing this thought, away from the table. This is the study part that people are talking about. You got to study. You got to do this. You got to do that. Yeah, you should study. But studying is reading theory, formulating a plan, and then execution. The problem is that most people think they're studying by watching a YouTube video or reading a book, right? So when you have like, these different poker sites coming out, you have to be. That's awesome. That's awesome. He's got 9-5, gets trapped in. Better 9, worse 9. God, that's why you don't play that shit to begin with. Anyway, so you do the studying away from, and you come up with a plan, you come up with a formula. Actually, not a formula, because that means formulas are always the same, or static. It never changes. You want to come up with a winning process. This is what I tell One Shot, One Kill. The idea is to come up, and all of these all of these poker pros that have websites and training sites and things like this, fundamentally, they're all saying the same thing here. Come up with a winning process and stick to follow that process, regardless of what the results are. Right? You've heard me and Who Cares, we talk a lot about this and say this over and over and over again. If the guy dropped his cards in front of you and you could see exactly what he had and you had perfect information, would you change your behavior? Would you change your bet and do something different? If you would, you then have to go back and think, what would you change? And make adjustments that way. If you see the guy drops his cards in front of you and you see perfectly and you wouldn't change your behavior, then why get upset? Right? It's dealing with tilt. That's what that is. But why would you get upset at that? Right? You have pocket aces. What the? Wow, that is a wow. Huh. That was a fish call for sure. Fish call right there. Wow. You have pocket aces and you see the other guy has any pocket pair lower than yours. You should expect to lose 20% of the time, right? Because we know that pocket pair versus pocket pair is 80-20. Doesn't matter what they are. The higher pocket pair has an 80% chance of winning, right? Just on the surface of it. Then it may go chop or whatever else, but it's still 80-20. This is going to be a big bet. So this is a 3-bet here, and then this flop comes up. We have a gut shot. You think he has ace king? No, that doesn't make sense. That's a good one. Now we're just chucking it all in there, right? Where you have the second nut flush draw, and we have Broadway here. There's no reason not to chunk all of this in. So you come up with a winning process, right? That's it. That's all there is to it. And so when you have ace king and the guy drops his cards in front of you and he has ace queen, why would you ever get upset with that guy when he hits the queen? Right? Don't you want that over and over and over again? Right? It's a math game. Someone in one of those chat Discord channels are talking about yesterday. They said, I don't care what anybody says. You have to get a little bit lucky on to win tournaments. Like, oh, and so my initial comment when I turned Mrs. Frostmage is like, oh, reading that statement, can you show me your bucket of luck? I want to see how full your bucket of luck is compared to my bucket of luck, right? Because it doesn't make any sense that's happening like that. There is no luck, right? Luck is not a thing. You create your own shit. I'm going broke with this one just because of this guy. Yeah, this is what it is. 80-20 here. Yeah, say there it is. 80-20. Oh, set over set. Need a 9 now. Oh, chop that up. Yay! Wow. Wow. What a luck suck. What a luck suck. 8s versus queens. He jams it all in. The guy raised. He jams it all in. I re-jam because of who it was. 8 on the flop. Queen on the turn. 9 on the river for running straight. Yeah. Wow, that was lucky. Luck has nothing to do with it. And so people that use that statement, I just kind of give it an inward chuckle, but I do believe that luck is the intersection of preparedness and opportunity. People get lucky all the time, but they do your homework. You read your books. You read your pages here. Page 23, by the way. Page 23. Caro's book of Table of Misery. Pocket 8s versus pocket, well, pick any pocket pair. Again, pocket 8s versus pocket queens is 80-20. But for pocket 8s, 76.54% of the time there's going to be an overcard. Right? I used to jam pocket 9s. I used to think that was the spot. Turns out pocket 9s is 69.3%. Like, really? That's pretty. Really? 70% of the time, 69%, 70% of the time there's going to be an overcard when you have pocket 9s? Well, Caro says so. And is there any reason to doubt the man? He's a math guy, right? So this is what these solvers, or not these solvers, these training sites are trying to share with you, right? What do we have over here? You have to know your stats. You have to know your odds of flopping a flush and all these other things. That's the homework, right? What is it? And so let's come back to this one over here where it's saying to young, it's not this hand obviously, but when he one shot, one kill. When you raise ace 5 suited or ace 4 suited under the gun here, and these two people are never folding, you're never going to get a better ace to fold. So now you have your king versus your 5. That's what you're facing. There's another guy that says, yeah, but I flop top pair. Says, yes, but so is he. So that doesn't work. Ace 5 versus ace king. You both have an ace, so you get rid of that card. Now on the face of it, you have your 5 versus his king. That's what you have to face. That's what you have. That's what you're looking at,
Right
right?
now, it looks like we're going in the hero.
But there's no but. That's not. That's just math, right? It's not lucky, right? So, uh, one shot yesterday, he was saying that the end of the gun raises here to 25, and I stopped him. I asked him, like, "What is that? What is happening there?" This is a fold, by the way. I'm not so worried about this, but he's a bit on tilt, and I don't have any more rebuys in this one. So this is actually going to be a tight fold for me. This is a raise fold. Yeah, see, there he's got ace four, so he's got me beat. I mean, the fact that it hits here is not reason enough to call off there, right? That's a fish call. Love it. He's still calling no matter what happens there, but that's not good. You should not call off King Jack there. You need a better hand to raise there. This guy never has pocket queens here, right? Because he had pocket queens, he jammed it earlier on. So he never has that. This is a strong player, so we're just going to get out of the way. So if you're raising, I believe that you have to have a reason to slow down, right? So you raise. So if the standard raise, our friend is playing in the 2-5 cash game, and the guy, yeah, that's awesome. There's that strong player just saying he has it, and he does not, which is exactly what I said it was. This is not queens here because he raised that pre-flop.
I mean, heroic splits is what you mean.
Too funny. Too funny. It's right. It's about paying attention. So if the standard raise is 15 and the under the gun guy raises to 25, does he, as I say to Mrs. Rossmage, does the guy ever have aces, kings, queens here? The standard is 15. Why would he go to 25? Because he's trying to get tricky? You don't need to play tricky. You have aces, right? In fact, there's reasons to raise, and getting rid of people is not one of them, right? So that doesn't really work. So I said it's more likely. Like, so even before the hand continues on, we stop and talk and analyze about this guy, small blind, big blind, under the gun raises. And we try to analyze and think about what sort of range of hands this guy has. Alec Torelli, talks in one of his poker sites about the funnel piece. So once you put people on a range of hands, once they go down, as you go further and further into the hand, you can't go back, right? So would he have aces, kings, queens? Yes, he could. This is not a good board for him. How many tens does this guy have in his range if he's raising under the gun? Under the gun, is he raising ace 10? Ace 10 suited? Maybe. But it's a 2-5 game. Under the gun? Probably not. His range is tighter than that. So he probably has like 7, 8s, 9s. When that board we just saw comes out 7, 8, 9, that smashes this guy. Right? He's got to have a reason to not lead off. Right? Let's see what this guy says.
No, this was glowy.
Okay. He says no, he doesn't have. No, I don't think he has aces, kings, queens here. I think he has like 7s, 8s, 9s. Okay, no problem. Let's put him on that range, 7s, 8s, 9s. The flop comes, so it comes around to the cutoff, which is our hero in this case. In my position, he has ace king, and I can't remember if it's suited or not. I think he has. I think it's unsuited, but that's okay. So under the gun raises to 25. Should be a jam here at this point. There it is. See? Right? You just write these things. This is like a pocket 7s, 8s. Yeah, there it is. 7s or 8s. Just like I said. Right? Because you can read what they're doing and why they're doing that. Right? Oh, let's get that one in there. Where's the clip function on this? Reads are like bang on here. What was that one? Okay, so it's this guy here. We're just gonna watch the stream for just a second in the background. I'm gonna try and clip that actually, because right. So you put them on the range, and the range is this, right? And so when the range is this, it can't be this, and that's what Torelli is saying. As you move further in the hand on the different streets, the funnel starts. You can't go back and say, "Oh, now he actually has aces here." Well, because that doesn't align with what your range is on this point. When he does something funky on the river, this is why you're calling off on the river, because it doesn't make a lot of sense the way that action plays out, right? So this is why I say just now, he didn't, against me, he jammed his queens. So the fact that he only goes to 3.5 and Rosage calls, this guy never has pocket queens or better, right? And then the very next hand, when he shows up with the pocket sevens, and I say he's got 7 or 8, this board fits here. When he raises, this should be a jam here, and sure enough, he jams. And then we call out his hands. This has to be a 7s or 8s, because it doesn't fit or align with that funnel thing. Having 7s or 8s does align with the funnel. So, and sure enough, he shows over pocket 7s. Hey. All right, I think this is the one here. We're watching right now. So Rosage is in the big blind. He's on the button. I'm fairly sure I'm going to go to 2 or 2.2. Precha's going to raise with his ace 10 here. Rosage is going to call with his pocket. Is this the right one? He's going to go to 5.5, right? Rosage calls, and this is a set of 8s on the flop. Oh no, this is the one. This is the hand. So this is the pocket 8s, pocket 7s he has. Yeah, we want to clip this one. All right, let's get my clip function going. Git here is going to raise it up, and then he's Pet's gonna Petra is gonna jam it.
It used to be 4 then. I don't think it was 3. Oh. Okay.
I hope that works. I don't know if that's gonna show off there.
And I can't remember if it's suited.
Okay, there it is.
He has. I think it's unsuited, but that's okay. So under the gun raises to 25.
Okay, so is this right? Is this what's happening here?
There it is. See? Right? You just write these things. This is like a pocket 7s, 8s. Yeah, there it is. 7s or 8s. Just like I said.
Okay, we want that one. Okay, so we got that clipped. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to rebuy into this one as well. All right, back at it. Sorry, just trying to get the clips on there because that's going to be important for later on. I want that bad boy in there. Let's get that in there. 101. Excellent. We should have 2 tables going, right? Okay. Oh, yeah, and then we busted out a 1. We're in the other one. All right, so this is a big hand here as well, right? Let's come over to it. This is a big hand because it's Rosage, right? So this is just an easy fold. Let's get out of the way. Yeah, there it is. Big hand. And this is why he's losing so much. So there's no reason to look this guy up now, right? Because he's losing. We'll check raise this. There's 0 chance I'm folding this.
Or actually min raise it here. Don't expect him to call this, but there it is. So back to our hand here. The under the gun guy in the 2-5 cash game, the under the gun guy goes to 25 instead of the standard 15. And so we have a conversation about what sort of range he has. So he could do this with all sorts of hands. Is he doing this with 7 deuce? Probably not. Would he be doing that with ace king? Or sorry, with aces, kings, queens? Probably not. Right? Because he wants to get value from his aces, kings, queens. Right? And if the standard raise is 15 with aces, kings, you're not fearing anything. So there's no reason to do that. Right? So again, I say he has to have probably like 7s, 8s, 9s, somewhere in that sort of a range. Right? So now it comes around, folds around to our hero. I think he's in the cutoff position. He might be on the button, but he's in one of these 2 positions. I forget which one. He has ace king. So, and I don't think it's suited. So he decides to raise it up to $80. I think that's right. 80, 160. Yeah, $80. And it folds around to the under the gun guy, who then just cold calls. So now let's come back to what we just said. Now that we have more information, now your head's up. We have more information about this guy. Let's give an assessment. The under the gun guy raises it to 25 because he's trying to get value from his aces, kings, queens. If you raise to 25 because you want value out of your aces, kings, queens, and someone raises behind you, why would you call with just aces there? Wouldn't you jam? Isn't that a more likely play? That makes way more sense. So, and it should be reasonable that that's what you would do. Nice hand, nice hand. It makes more sense that he doesn't have aces, kings, queens, right? How about queen, ace, king? Probably not for the same reason. Although that's in the range. But if you have ace, king, and you go to 25 pre-flop, and someone raises behind you, that doesn't make sense. You would probably be 3-betting there, I suspect. Now I take a little bit more passive line, and I would probably just call. Like I would raise pre-flop and then call with someone who raises over top of me if I have ace, king. Again, if we think that the guy has 7, 8s, 9s, we need a flop that doesn't contain 7, 8s, or 9s. Our hero has ace, king in position. The flop comes ace, king, jack. So when we talked about our villain here, we did not put him on queen 10, which is Broadway. That doesn't make any sense at all, right? That's not Torelli. Once you have funneled down hands, you can't all of a sudden just go back and give them this range of a hand after you went down the funnel. That doesn't make any sense at all, right? And so when some crazy shit occurs later on, you go, but we already eliminated those as ranges of hands. So when he does that, it's more likely that he's trying to make some sort of bluff. He's trying to do something else. And this is why you call down, right? Again, Torelli does a really good job with this, and I highly recommend going checking this out and just Google up funnel situation. Anyway, hand reading funnels. So the under the gun guy checks it. Well, does he have aces, kings, queens, jacks, right? So he would have a set somewhere along the way here. He doesn't, because he went 25 pre-flop, and then when he gets raised, then he just cold calls the raise. So he never has aces, kings, queens, jacks, right? So none of those make sense. None of those make sense. Would he do that with pocket tens? Not a chance, for exactly the same reason, right? So if a queen rolls off on the turn, now he has a straight with pocket jack or pocket tens, right? Do you see what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense. We've already put him on 7, 8, 9s. That's more likely based on how it plays out. Our hero, in his best wisdom, decides to check here. I'm like, that. I disagree with that fundamentally. He worked so hard and fought so hard to have the. I got to get a coffee here. I've got 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Right back. I'll be back 2 minutes or less. All right, back at it. We're on break, so we're just play for just let's go for another minute here. It's 1 minute left in this break, and another minute and a half in the other one. So under the gun raises to 25. Our hero 3-bets it with his ace king in position to 80. Folds around to the original raiser, the under the gun guy. It's now heads up. He calls it, so it's like 167 in the pot. Excuse me, 80 and 80 plus the 7 that's in there. Yeah, 167. The flop comes ace, king, jack. The first guy checks. Our hero checks here as well. And I argued with two, one shot, one kill. You fought so hard to take the lead. Why would you check? He says, because I don't know. So that's a good question. So you have to think about why that is. It's okay if you're in a different scenario to check raise. Well, in this case, you cannot check raise because you're at last. But you fought to take the lead. You smash this thing. You should still bet here. And it would be terrible if a 7, 8, or 9 rolls off on the turn because you didn't charge anything to get this. It says, yeah, but he could have, like, you still have to bet here. You don't have to bet pot or even half pot. Maybe you go 25 or 30% of pot, right? That's kind of a standard play. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, but you got to put some money in there. You got to force the guy to see, like, to pay to see the next card. Either he's going to whiff, like, get out of the way. And even if he check raises you, who cares? Through the funnel, we've already come down and said that he can't have aces, kings, jacks. And nor can he have queen 10 suited or otherwise, because he'd be raising queen 10 suited under the gun. That's just not a strong enough hand to do that in a 2-5 game. Right, which is kind of like that ace-5 hand I was talking about before. It doesn't make any sense that it would have that. So you have to charge something here. You can't just give it up for free. So against his better judgment, he just checks it. Or against my better judgment, he checks it. And he hits gin card on the turn. The turn card rolls off a king. Now our villain here then jams 200. What are we going to do over here? There's got to be a reason. So this is it, right? Now you have to have a reason not to call this off. Right? He decided to be out of position, take the lead here. There's no way I'm folding, right? But you have to have a reason to check there. I took the lead. I was in position. I took the lead, and then he comes out firing, but I smash that thing so hard, there's no reason to raise on the flop. Right? Maybe ISO here, but why ISO at that point? I'm never folding. So no need to jam. The villain, so back to our friend here. The villain bets 200. So it goes check on the flop. The board pairs to the king, giving our hero the underfull, kings full of aces, which is bad for our villain, of course, but he doesn't know that. He jams. Or sorry, he bets 200. I'm like, okay, so let's talk to our hero here. What cards do you have in your, like, how much do you have in your stack? He says, I bought in for 600. So 600, he bets 80 into it. He bets 600, so he's got 520 in his stack because he bets 80 pre-flop. The guy bets 200. So now he's got, let's assume he calls it. Now he's got 320 left in his stack. With the underfull. Say, is there a reason to raise at this point? No. Well, you have the underfull, so this is good. And he said, well, again, what king does he have here? We already worked through the funnel that he doesn't have ace king. He doesn't have aces, kings, jacks, right? And you kind of go through again, queen 10, that we've eliminated a bunch of these hands. It doesn't make sense that he has these type of hands. So what hand does he have here to now bet 200 into this pot when the board pairs with the king? Now, there's other reasons why that is, but I'm like, doesn't make sense that he has this type of a hand. So just calling works just absolutely fine. Right? Too funny. There's nothing wrong with calling here, right? You gave some pushback. You try to take the lead. Oh, you did take the lead, and then you gave it up. And now this guy, for whatever reason, is now betting 200 into it. You have an underfull. You're never folding for all the rice in China. So there's nothing wrong with calling here. But before the next card comes out, no matter what happens, all your chips are in the middle, right? So this is the homework that you have to do when you're thinking about plays. Go away from the table and think about, well, if the guy does this, then I'm going to do this and this. And this is one of those times where, again, it doesn't matter what rolls off on the river, right? All your chips are going to be in the middle. If this guy raises you all in, you're calling it off. If the guy checks to you, you're putting all your chips in. You still don't know what the river card is, but now you've kind of thought through the process before that gets there, right? This is the homework that we're talking about. You have to do this away from the table. So trading sites and trainers and YouTubers and vloggers, all the other stuff, this is what they're pitching. This is what they're trying to get you to have, is a winning process. So you have to do your homework away. Here's the theory, here's why it is, and then you have to have the execution. If you don't have the execution, you're not actually studying. You have to put what you're learning into practice. And that's the piece right there. So does it make sense that he has here? He says, no, that absolutely makes sense. And he comes to the same conclusion. It doesn't matter what happens on the turn. He's going to be on the river. All of his chips are in there. You could make an argument for raising on the turn, but I actually do not like that as much as calling and then all the chips going in on the river, right? You got it. Who cares? We kind of go back and forth a little bit. You got to give the guy every opportunity, but it just stinks so bad that the guy can't call off, right? If you raise him on the turn, what hand do you have that you raise pre-flop and then check the flop, right? You would raise your aces, your kings, and your jacks, and now you hit a set of all three of those things. you hit a set, right? You're going to check your set and then lead, like jam all in when the board pairs. I mean, I don't know. There's some that doesn't make sense in either one of those. This is why I say you got to just keep going all the way. So that is what our villain or our hero does. He just calls it off. He calls it off, and our villain then jams on the river. It turns out it's a 9 on the river. I think that's moot to the point, but it is what it is, and I get it. I understand. I think that's a good card, right? As it turns out, it actually is, because a 9 is in line with what the funnel that we came up with. We think that he has 7s, 8s, 9s. He raises 15. The standard raise is 15 pre-flop. He goes to 25. 7, 8s, or 9s, that absolutely fits in that range. It's unfortunate, right, that the action kind of goes this way. If there's an error on our hero, I think the error of our hero is that he doesn't lead on the flop. I think that's an error, and so you have to correct that. Why is it an error? Because of the things I just said. You fought to take the lead. You have to have reason to give up the lead. This one over here, I raise pre-flop with my ace-7 suited, and the flop comes 8-7-7. 9-7-7. This guy then bets pot into that. You got to have a reason to not keep the lead. I smash that flop so hard. What am I giving up? Right, a little bit of equity so that the board doesn't come the other flush card, right? This guy's got lots of gamble. I love it. We're going to get all this guy's chips. He's going to give all that away. He doesn't make the money. Right? So when you put it through that type of a lens, that type of a construct, the guy can't have any of this. He can't have any of these hands. It doesn't make any sense. What king does he have to get there? To play it like that? He has ace king under the gun. It goes to 25. He hits it. Now you're chopping with the guy, right? Which is fine. He doesn't have aces, doesn't have kings, doesn't have queens, right? None of that makes any sense at all. Right? What a fish. I love it. As it turns out, the guy has pocket 9s, which is in the range of what we've talked about, right? With the funnel, he would have that type of a range. And so, one shot, one kill. As I said, remember we were at the very beginning when you said the standard raise is 15 and this guy goes 25, and I stopped the conversation there. What sort of range do we think this guy has at this point? Right? It's difficult to put this guy on a range of hands right at this moment, right? Because he jammed 8-4 and he hit, and then he led with pocket 8s to something else, right? So he's just all over the place, and that's okay. But he's going to lose all of these chips. I'm not going to shark scope this guy because there's no need to. This guy's a fish. He's a losing poker player, right? By doing that. This guy, on the other hand, is not. He's not randomly throwing shit in there with 7-8 offsuit to 9-4, 4-8. Right? This is a solid poker player here.
Yo, Zuki. Yo, I appreciate it.
He goes, yeah, all of that makes sense. Okay, so we come to the next hand. He's got 8-4. So again, this 2-5. He's in the big blind. Our hero is in the big blind. It folds all the way around to the button. The button then leads for 15 for the first raise of the hand. It folds to the big blind. The big blind has 8-4 suited. I don't like this play. I think this is a losing play in the long haul. But every once in a while, you just take a flyer with it, right? One out of 100. That's maybe too much. 1 out of 10. Right? That's probably even too high. But every once in a while, just throw it out there just because. You want to give the illusion that you're giving action. If you just sit there and be a nit, and I think you should be a nit in a cash game. In fact, you should probably be a nit in most of this. In a tournament, you have to play a little bit wider because you're the escalating blinds. But in a cash game, you don't have that issue, so you have to be a little bit of a nit. In a cash game, no problem. Chunk it in there. This guy is just, I love it. Chunk it in there every once in a while. Now, as it turns out, he hits it like he smashes this thing. The flop, he's got 8 of 4-8 suited. So he's got clubs, it turns out. Not that that matters, but it's suited. The flop is 5-6-7 with 2 clubs. I'm like, oh, so you have a gut shot straight flush. And he looks, says, yes, it's awesome that I can pick that up real quick. I said, yeah, I got it. He's going to c-bet again here. Doesn't c-bet there. That's a bit unusual. He's going to have to bet the queen here. That's awesome. I'm a bit surprised he doesn't lead on anywhere with that. So like the last hand where he fought to take position, now you're out of position and you flop it, and the other guy is the aggressor. So there's nothing wrong with this, right? I say you have to have I say to him, there's nothing wrong with check raising here. In fact, I would prefer a check raise out of this position, and this is the reason why. You have 2 clubs on there. You don't like any. You only want to see 1 club roll off. Any other club than whatever the gut shot is. In this case, it happens to be a 7, but any club that's not a gut shot 7 is not good for you. You don't want to see any clubs except for the 7 of clubs, because, well, you get trapped into this shit all the time, over and over and over again, right? People play these things all the time. I got 6-5. I've got a straight flush draw. Well, you only have 2, right? People play ace X suited. So if they have spades and you have spades, you only have the 2 spades that are on the open ender that are going to work for you. Any other spade that's not those 2 enders, you're losing. But I have a flush now. I have a 6-5 flush. That's true, you do have a 6-5 flush, but that guy has an 8-5 flush. This is the problem. So if you have these things, you got to probably fold these things more often than not. Our hero checks his straight, flopped straight. Our villain then bets close to pot, he says. And I say he bets 25 because there's $30, $32 in the pot. Right? 15 pre-flop, 2 people called, plus the small blind, $32. He says, yeah, he goes 25. I said, no problem. So what do you do? I go to 105. I said, absolutely. I love this check raise. I think this is great. Ideally, you just want to take this down right now, but you're telling this guy you have a big hand. All right? So again, let's do the same sort of process that we did in the last one. What hands would you check raise here? Well, 4s, 5s, 6s, or 7s. Pocket 5, 6s, or 7s. So meaning he has trips. It's really tough to flop a flush. It's really tough to flop a straight, right? We know to flop a flush, it's less than 1%. To flop a straight, I think maybe 3%. I don't actually know. Can we look this up real quick?
I'm messing up my rapture.
Flopping straight. 1.3%. Hands that have 4 different possibilities to flop a straight, blah, blah, blah. You have a 1.3% chance of flopping a straight. There you go. Right? And I gave it 3. So it's really, really tough to flop a straight. It's much more likely that someone has something else other than that. Right? So check raising here, there's nothing wrong with check raising. In the same way that I said in the previous example, this is the hero. He's fighting so hard to take the lead. Why would you give it up so easily. You have to have a reason to give up the lead, right? When he has the ace king and he flops ace king, and you're in position, the error is not c-betting on the flop. In this case, now our hero is check raising on the flop on this. You have to have a really good reason not to c-bet on the turn, regardless of what comes, right? And now we think about what sort of hands would you check raise with? Well, it's pocket fives, sixes, sevens, straights, right? And it's really tough to have straights, right? All these things make sense when you think about it. He gets the gin card, so he raises 105. The button calls it. So now there's 205 plus the original 32. So 210 plus 32 is $242 in the pot. He hits the 7 of clubs on the turn. And now our hero checks, which is, again, contrary to what I said before, right? He's making an error in these two spots. He fought to take the advantage with his ace king. He gets to take the lead. He gets the lead, and then it doesn't continue on with it. Right? Problem. This case, he's out of position. He check raises to take the lead, and the range, the funnel that we just put him through, the turn card pairs, right? Because it's 5, 6, 7, and it's a 7 of clubs on the turn. So if you would check raise with a set, now you have a full house. You're going to check your under full, right? Again, it doesn't logically make sense that he has that. The fact that there's also now a flush on board is moot, because we've said that you would check raise with sets. Would you check raise with a flush draw? Some people might. I don't think that's a very strong play. Check raising on a draw from out of position. That doesn't sound like a very strong cognitive play. I don't think that's a good one. If you have a flush draw, you just check call. When the board hits, when the flush comes in on the turn, then you look for a check raise, because now you hit your hand, or you just check call the hand down the whole way. Either one of those two plays work, because the board's paired on the turn. I guess if you think the guy has pocket 5, 6, 7s, it's unlikely that he has pocket 7s, but 5, 6, 7s, and he hits it. Okay, I get it, but you got to pick and choose here. But our hero doesn't do that. He fights pre-flop or on the flop to take the lead, check raises the guy with his straight and his straight flush draw. He hits a straight flush on the turn, and then he gives it up. He just checks. He checks to the hero, or to the villain, and the villain leads. Villain leads for $80 or something. There's 200. What did I say? There's $242 in the pot. No, I think the hero actually leads here for 100. Again, I think is an error, and why I shared why I think that's an error. So what do you do here, right? You're looking to check raise to get more money in there? No, that doesn't. None of that makes any sense to this funnel. You should be leading out on the turn. The question is, how much do you lead out for? You have gin here, right? You don't care there's a flush. You don't care that there's a full house, right? You don't care about any of that because you have straight flush, which means you still have to lead here because you fought to take the lead before. Right? You have to have a reason not to c-bet here. Maybe 25% or a third pot is good. He says, well, what would you bet here? I'm like, yeah, 25 to 30%. $70 or $80 is an absolute dream spot here. I think that's good enough because it makes it look like it's a blocker bet. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not folding for 4, Petra. Get it in there. Yeah, you're not folding for 4. That's awesome. So he check raises him. I'm just like, so the villain actually makes an error here by doing this, right? Because for the same reason, what hands does he have to take the advantage, to lead with, fight so hard for out of position to take the lead and then to check raise on the turn. The error is if he wants the lead and now he checks it, I'll just take the free card. Right? It just doesn't make any sense when you get into this funnel, right? It doesn't work that way. At least that's the way Torelli shares it, and I think Torelli is right. I use this in my hand reading all the time. So our hero check raises, and I think it's enough to put the other guy all in, because I think the villain has $600, and they go back and forth. So the villain then stops and thinks and goes, what sort of hand? And you see it. Apparently he's doing, because it's a cash game, the villain is giving all sorts of physical tells of what's going on here. I don't have my Caro's. This is one of the books I read every year. Not this one, but by this guy. This is Caro's book of poker tells. I read that book every single year. Because there's always something to glean out of it. Some sort of knowledge, some sort of bit of wisdom in there to take away. Every single year I read it just to remind myself. And so this guy is like, oh my God, what do you have here? Jeez, and he gets frustrated. And the guy ultimately makes a call, flicks it in there, and he says, I've got the ace high flush with a gut shot straight flush draw. And our hero says, I've got you beat. You're drawing dead. Right? Which is the right thing, but the check raise is not the right play. Because the guy has an ace high flush and he hits it on the turn, this is reason for you to lead out for $80. He's not going to fold. He's not folding ace high flush, right? So it all goes in there, but that's confirmation bias. Just because he has the exact hand you think he could be having doesn't mean that, and all the chips go in because you check raised him, doesn't mean that's the right play, right? The right thing is to have a winning process and to not deviate from that, because there's no reason to deviate. You lead out, you fought to take the lead, you keep the lead, unless you have reason to not keep the lead. And this guy, the three of us take that, I raise on the button, and now he leads pot into 7-7-4, 7-7. It's not an 8, 7-7-9s. He calls. I had the lead. You have to have a reason to take the lead or to keep the lead. This guy wants to take the lead, and I flop trips with nut kicker. I'll give it up to this guy. And sure enough, he jams the stack in on the turn, and so he doubles me up. Right? I didn't need to fight on the turn for that lead because I know he's going to bluff at it again. That's why I give it up. Right? I'm like, there's no way he has those sort of hands. The reason why we clipped this earlier on, when I have whatever hand I had there, king, queen, no, pocket eights, and he jams with queens. 2 hands later, he just calls off with the queens. Or he just calls off. He raises a 3.3, I think, with ace 10. So you know that he doesn't have that range because he's jamming with his queens. He jammed with other hands as well. It doesn't make any sense. And then when he rolls it off, he said, this is a 7 or an 8 hand that he has here. Based on that board, based on what we know about the guy, 7s or 8s. Sure enough, he shows up with 7s. That's why we're clipping that one. That's why we're going to put that into the montage. Because the funnel thing it works that way. He can't have that type of a hand because he didn't do it this time. By and large, players, and it's not just the players in these 2 tables that we're playing, it's just players in general are just so bad that they just give it away. You just have to play that much better than they do, a modicum better than they do. You don't even have to be that great. You just have to be better than that. And this is the homework that you do away from the table, whether it's in a cash game or it's in a brick and mortar game, or if it's an online. There's still timing tells, right? And you have to be aware of. Rad Dad, who I was talking to last night, I asked him, what about timing tells? Do you think about that? He says, I've been playing for a long time. I don't give a shit about timing tells. Okay. That's a reason. That's an answer. He didn't quite say it like that, right? But don't get me wrong. But I'm drawing the point. Like, absolutely, there's a point to that. because guy doesn't have those type of hands. Even with timing tells, you have to, and I'm talking to who cares about this. Even with timing tells, you have to still do the same winning process over and over and over again. Timing tells, like, who cares? He doesn't do any of the timing tell stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. Um, I think you just give up a little bit, right? What four does this guy have in his range? Right? He doesn't have a four here. There's a four in this guy's range, but there's no way it plays out that he would have a four. He would never let that go, right? So, um, so I ask him about the timing tells and whatnot. Who cares goes down to play in the World Series of Poker this past year. He went 5 years ago. COVID hits, shuts everything down. He doesn't go down. So when he go and then he plays in the WSOP 5 years ago, goes out in the second hand of the tournament. His pocket kings runs into pocket queens, and we have talked. He and I have talked at length of the hand and what's happening here, and it just is what it is, right? So he loses, and his tournament is done. He doesn't play tournaments anymore. So that's 5 years ago. One tournament, second hand of the WSOP. 5 years goes by. He goes down this past year to play in the WSOP. And I say, okay, who cares? It's like other things. You have to kind of get your head in the game, and you have to do things, right? He is a night owl. It's not unusual for him to go to bed at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, sleep until noon, 1. Like, it's 12:30 right now. I think he's just waking up. It's not unusual for him to do that, and that's right. There's nothing wrong with that. His lifestyle leads to that, and that's fine. Just let it rip. But if you're playing in the WSOP, you cannot do that, right? So you have to adjust your lifestyle to accommodate that, right? So you have to be getting up probably at 8 o'clock in the morning. So he's not driving. He doesn't drive while he's there. He could Uber it, but he says he walks. It takes him about 45 minutes from where he is staying to walk to the casino where the WSOP is playing. Okay, so if tournaments are now starting at 10 o'clock in the morning, he's got to get up at 8, walk the 45 minutes, and that's now 8:45. That gives him an hour and 15 minutes to have a shower, scrounge up some food for breakfast and for lunch, because he's going to have at least one meal break in here, ideally. Do all those other things that he has to do, right? So getting up at 8 o'clock is not unreasonable to start at noon, which is a problem if you go to bed at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, right? You cannot expect to be your best with playing with 4 hours of sleep. You can't get 4 hours of sleep and run a marathon the next day. You can, but you're not going to be in the best position that you can be, right? You can't, not Ben Johnson, Usain Bolt is not running his races with 4 hours of sleep the night before and only eating a chocolate bar and a can of Pepsi or a bottle of Coke. Right? He's not doing that. It's your body is a machine, so you have to feed it proper food. You have to give it proper nutrition. You have to do all these other things. And one way to do that is to adjust, right? So you start adjusting your life's. Okay, what do we got here? 39 out of 104. 1 second. $39 out of 104. Excellent. I missed where I was at on this one. So I say to who cares, you got to go get some sleep here, buddy. You got to go to bed earlier, and you still have to start getting up earlier and prepare yourself for. The coach of, I did lots of traveling with the Canadian national team in my sport when I was younger. The coach of the team I was traveling with was actually my coach and quasi training partner when I was in university, when I was just starting off. He was ending his career. I was starting my career. He became the national coach for one of the teams. He lives in Calgary here, the same city that I'm in. And so he and I end up rooming together on this trip. And so we're in China, as it turns out. And I just asked him, like, what do you think about this? And how did you prepare? What did you tell these guys? And this is stuck with me for this reason. He says, I told the team about a week and a half in advance of us leaving. You got to wake your asses up. You got to get up at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, stay up for 2 hours, and force yourself to stay up, and then go have a nap. Like go for a run, go for whatever it is you do, and then go for a nap afterwards. I'm like, why is that? Why do you think that? Because the time difference between Canada, where we live, and China, where we were going, is 8 hours, 9 hours. You have to get up 8 or 9 hours earlier because you have to train your body to do that. And he said, you have to do that. That was a week and a half before we left. And we were there for 3 days or 4 days. Right? So this is essentially 2 weeks before the tournament. He's saying to the athletes to start conditioning yourself. Who cares if you go to bed at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and then you have to get up at 8? You have to start conditioning yourself in advance, right? It makes sense to do those things. Just get up for a couple of hours, get your body into the right, all these other things, and then get out of the way. So what does Who Cares do? And I'm not calling out Who Cares, by the way. I'm just sharing this to highlight, right? You have to do some prep. And all these guys, the pros, they say this as well. You get up, you go for a run, you do this, you do that, the other thing. What does Who Cares do? He doesn't get up. He doesn't adjust his lifestyle at all in the time before. Okay. Like, well, you don't have a lot of time. So now you're heading down there in 2 days. This is what I encourage you to do. You only have 2 days. Do it for 2 days, and then you do it every time you're down there. Right? It's fine, but stop playing cash games. Start playing tournaments. So when you go down there, and because you have to now jam your days in, go play some of these $100 tournaments. There's one starting every 4 hours or so. And I'll just pick one casino that I can think of off the top of my head, like the Orleans. I think their morning tournament starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it plays until like 4-ish. And there's another tournament, maybe it's until 3, 10 o'clock until 3. This is good enough. This is good enough jamming in here. Oops, it got moved and I didn't bring it back up. Sorry, guys. It's this one. I'm all in here. Ace Jack's good enough. This is the first hand I played since like in an hour. I haven't had one playable hand. I don't have enough bets, and he's got a big stack. So now I got 3 outs. No, I've got 4 outs. No, I need 4 outs here. King? No. All right, we're out. Just the way it is. Out in 313, and I'm out 133. Plays itself. So 4 outs. I need to hit the king and the king only. All right, so we'll come back to here. So go play some of these tournament that starts at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning. It goes for a couple hours, and then play another one right after that, or fairly quickly after that. If you have a deep run, you're starting at 10 o'clock and you have a deep run and goes until 5:36, let's say, get in the next one that starts at 6 o'clock and play that one. And why? Why do you say? Well, that's great, because the WSOP plays for 12 hours plus at a time, right? They start at 10 o'clock in the morning and they go until midnight, so that's 14 hours. And you have to sit there for 14 hours and be cognizant, be aware. You've done nothing. You've done no training beforehand, because he plays cash game. He plays for a little bit, for a couple hours, gets bored, gets up and leaves. You don't get that opportunity to do that in a tournament, right? So you can't do that. Force yourself, and you only have he only has 2 days to do this. Force yourself to get in there. So what does he do? He jumps in and plays the very first tournament at 10 o'clock. I'm like, that's a good idea. He comes in 7th or 8th. He buys in for, I think it's $200 total. Maybe it's a $150 buy-in with a $50 add-on. So he's in for $200, and he wins like $1,400 or $1,500. Like, that's awesome. Did you jump into another tournament? No, I just went for a walk. Like, isn't that contrary to, like, from a coaching perspective? That's not what the coach told you to do. The coach said, get up a week and a half before you're leaving, 2 weeks before the event. Force yourself to get up and sleep for 2 hours, like be awake for 2 hours. How many tournaments have you played since 5 years ago? None. So the very best training that you've come up with, the very best plan you think you can do here is to not play any tournaments for 5 years and then not do what your coach is saying. How successful are you going to be? It's not that I'm his coach, right? That's not the point, but you have to prepare yourself for competition. And my coach, when I was in university, my coach said, nothing prepares you for competition like competition. That's bang on. So how can you prepare for the WSOP if you don't play in the WSOP? Well, if you don't play tournaments, how can you prepare for tournaments if you don't play tournaments? And he doesn't play tournaments here in the city. He and I don't agree on this. You should not play these $60 cheap ass tournaments in my city. Right? There's the weekly ones. They're $60, $70. The goal of that is to get people in the casino and have you hypers jam you through these things in a couple 4 hours, 5 hours, and then you go play the cash game. That's the goal of the casinos. That's what they want. What you should be doing is buying into $200 tournaments. Even if you just do one or two of these, like once a month, you're still better off by doing that once a month at a higher end buy-in than not at all. 5 years, you never play a tournament? Come on. So who cares? He plays a one tournament. Did you go play another one right after that? No, I wanted to go for a walk. Okay, so then you stumble a little bit. I get it. It happens. This is the training thing. We will advance. The next day, did you go do that again? So no, I took the day off and went for a walk. So you're not training for competition at all. And we just had a little chuckle, but the point is that you gotta get your head in there. He did go play cash game, but he likes playing a limit Omaha game. There's nothing wrong with that. And I said, don't play limit at all while you're there. Play all your tournaments until you're not going to play any more WSOP events. And when you're done playing your WSOP events, then go play your cash game. That's not what he does. So I give him 3 pieces of advice to be a better poker player, which is not talking about cards. And he doesn't do any of those things. I'm like, okay. Right? Coaches would just, all right, well, you know better than I do. Good luck. Right? And that's it. Because the coach says, do this, do this, do this. And you say, nope, I know better than you. I'm not going to do any of those things. The coach is not going to help you out anymore. And again, he and I, our relationship is not that. I'm not trying to coach him, but I'm trying to get him much more from my athletic days in university. These are the things that we did. This is what the coach is telling his charges. You got to do this. And right, this is the national coach. He knows better than I do. If he's saying this and preparing for 2 weeks in advance for competition, you got to do these things. There's no, like if you told the coach, no, I'm not going to get up at that time and I'm going to just eat this and that. And the coach, you're going to do what? All right, good luck. He may not come out and say that, but that'll be his attitude for sure. All right. And these things just kind of happen, right? We just keep trudging along and going. Oh, it's the new dungeon. Nice. Excuse me. I've got two socials down below. I have a YouTube channel, so which is all these poker vlogs. I put them all down there. I also have an Instagram account down below. Most of it is like 95% of it is of cooking. I have to eat every day. Another streamer, Darth Verbaka, He says, I got to eat every day, so I might as well stream it. Might as well show you it. And that's absolutely bang on. I'm like, so I got to eat anyway. So it's all food that I've made. It's pretty good. We went out, Mrs. Frostmage and I and our other friends went out for a high-end restaurant here in town. We got 6 bottles of water and it cost us $100. There was more than 6 people there. Let's see, 2, 4, 6. There was 9 of us, I think. So the bill is $1,200 or something like that. Probably more than that, actually. I think my steak, strip loin, was like $60. I had a couple beers on there, and because we were celebrating, it was a celebration of life. Our friend Vic that had passed away, he liked drinking double Ryan Cokes. That's not my drink of choice, but that's his drink of choice, and I want to honor him by having that. So I had a double Ryan Coke and a beer. So be that as it may, I'm sure the bill was like $1,200. And again, it doesn't really matter that the bill is $1,200, but it's just all of us. Well, 4 of us when we left. When we talked the next day, we were disappointed with the food. We were disappointed with a couple different things. I'm like, I can do better. And she says, yes, you've made dinner for us several times. We know that you can cook better than this, than we just had. So I think we're going to push to have friends over here. Excuse me. Mrs. Frostmage has offered to have people over this week. So she's actually cooking a full-on turkey dinner this weekend. I cannot cook a turkey. I've never cooked a turkey. It's pretty easy by the sounds of it. But I'm in charge of some other stuff. So I'm going to do those things. Doing potatoes, and I told her it'll be candied carrots. Like, what is that? So I told her, well, it is just what's this? Is it Jack? Holds up, but he can't fold for that. It's just not enough for him to raise. Oops, my other thing here. It's just carrots, fry them up a little bit, cook them, right? And then put them in a frying pan, fry them up, and then put a ton of butter, probably a little bit of sugar, brown sugar in there, just like a teaspoon or so. So that caramelizes. And then fresh dill. Yeah, fresh dill in there. This will be going all in here. Well, it depends on what happens here. And then you just serve it that way. And she's like, ew, that doesn't sound good. I'm like, yes, this will be fine. But again, you can see my Instagram down below. I cook well, right? She showed me a cheat for stuffing, which I think is ingenious. So I'll probably make that. See what happens here. Yeah, there's going to be a raise here. There we go. Mashed potatoes, of course. I'll have to get some sort of creme. Is it creme fraiche? I don't know if that's what it is. But I usually make a Parmesan. Mashed potatoes. Maybe I'll buy a couple bags of, because I think there's 12 people coming. A couple bags of potatoes. We'll have roasted potatoes, smashed roasted potatoes with Parmesan crust on it. That'd be good with the turkey. I don't know. Maybe I can find another tournament here. World of Warcraft has come out. They have their new patch that started last week, but today was a big. So what's this one? 13 deep stack for 100K. This is a late tournament, a late reg, but we're going to jump into this one. We only have 15 minutes to play this one. This is a deep stack tournament. Let's take a look here. I got 33 bigs here. That's not a lot, but it happens when you late reg. Again, I don't usually recommend this, but take a flyer out on this one. Excuse me. Let me go find that table and get it up here, and we'll play some more cards because cards are good. 2, there we go. So I've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 tournaments in so far. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so that's good. We're online. You can see at the bottom there, this one here, these red and the yellows down here. You can see what's happening with that. Bust out of 5 tournaments so far. I'm in 2, and you can see that it's these 2 right here. Can we hit that legend again? There it is. Yellow button's still in the tournament. Red X is busted out. Green check mark. A green check mark. Made the money. Purple is the final table. Blue diamond won a satellite, and then obviously a gold, silver, bronze. We're looking for this guy here. Excellent. We'll just take that down. What is this one? This is a... Oh, we'll get into this one right now as well. Daily max. This is an 8 max PKO. It's a 220, isn't it? It's 1,000K. Not 1,000K, it's a 1K guarantee. All right, we should have 3 tournaments on the go. I'm just going to grab this other one here in one moment. A little bit behind in this one as well, but not too bad actually. We're about halfway through the rebuy period. There we go. Should have 3 tournaments going on. Excuse me. We did late reg to this tournament and this one. Let's open these bad boys up and we'll take a quick look at what we're seeing here. This one with the blue top is we're out of the rebuy period. We're just now trying to get down to the money. I'm 42 out of 61. 41 make the money. Need some run good here to recoup. We got to make it to like final 2 tables or some shit like that, close to that to break even. But because of this, we'll see how it goes. This one here, there's only 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left in this. Why? Someone just threw a fish thing at this guy, but we're the blind. Well, I guess he's under the gun there, right? I was a big blind. He limped in and just check. I mean, it's just so silly. Anyway. This one here, there's 9 minutes left. We've got 24 and a half bigs, so we're going to have to find some sort of hand to get in there. And then the third one, we're in the 6th level, 8-minute blind, so we've got it, and this is a bounty, so we're going to have to, we still got lots of play in this one. You got to let it rip, got to find some hands and some cards and all those things that go with it. Let's see this guy here. This guy's a solid player as well. We want to give that guy a wide berth. Just as a note, he's played 7,500, 7.6 thousand tournaments, 7,600 tournaments. He is up $7,200. That's a solid player right there. Want to give that guy lots of room. I think it was heads up and then he limped aces in the small blind. Let's come over to this one here because I have lots of history with this guy as well. Do I have any notes on? No, I don't have any notes on this guy. I should probably shark scope that guy. He's got a jack. We're actually on this far table over here. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense. We flop it here. We are going to have to chunk it all in at this point. There's 10 bigs in there. Not a lot of move. We don't want to see any more cards. We just want to take down the 10 bigs right now. Should be enough to get rid of this guy. Yeah. So I said, just take down the 10 bigs. You don't need to play sneaky, right? You don't need to bet out. Just play your hand straightforward. This one's a little different. We have ace king. We are not going to be folding here. We don't have enough cards we want to see. We're hoping for a jam. And we'll take a flyer with our ace king. Right? Because he raised and then he did it. So now all of this is in here, right? He should be jamming here.
I don't want to give up so easily on disc. I felt like right there, Rapture was coming up. And I wish I had it just a second earlier, but I don't think I would normally. I feel like.
All right, we made it to break. That's a good sign. And we take it down with our ace king. Right? That's a good cards. We needed that one for sure. We do not have any more hands. It's just playing around at this point. I'll update you here in just a couple minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes or less. Right back, 5 minutes. right, back at it. So we should have 3 tournaments up here, I think, right? Make sure I got everything stacked up. 222. We've got the deep stack here. There's 176 people in. Day Legends 8 max. There's 354 people in this tournament right now. Still got some more time to go in all of these. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Should have 8 tournaments up. 2, 4, 6, 8. There we go. Okay, so let's close this one down. Gonna have to get some tournaments going here. And we're gonna have to hit that. So 888 Poker is coming up right now. Let's give them a shout out. There we go. All right, we're back at it. Let's get our table over here. You know what I have to do is... We're opening up our website over here. 888 Poker is about to start. Fabulous winner spin. Oh, there we go. We can register for this one. Free spin. Oh, I have to spin it. That's why. Forgot to spin the wheel. Lilu Multipass is our home game hero of the week. All in Rico. Oh, it's a home game today. That's what it is. Well, I can't play this late registration because I didn't get into it. It says I've already played a tournament this week. I do have 2 tickets from 888 Poker. I have a $50 blast that ends in 13 days, so I've got to get that in here. And I have a 1650 tournament, neither of which I'm going to play today. I also have, this is a tough one here. This is going to be a tough gamble. Ooh, 2 outs. No, 1 out. We'll take it. We actually got a knockout. That was a big gamble, as I said. That's not usually my jam, not my shit. But big gamble, we'll take it. Gotta do it every once in a while, right? Every once in a while. What do we got over here? Oops. I'm a bit surprised he doesn't bet at all. I mean, we just checked it down. I mean, I hit it, but I can't bet it. It's not that good, so take it. But he actually has a pocket pair, and he makes no move against it. Right? He's just in check call mode. Excuse me. God, that freaking cough. Gonna have to charge that as well. I have to chunk it all in here. may have to chunk that in all in there soon. Oh shit. Well, we'll do it here then. Depends on what happens here. Got 53 people left. 41 make the money. We should have this. This guy and I should have the same stack. Oh, let's see. 19. He's got 20.4. We're actually just gonna open fold those pocket eights there. Why are we open folding those pocket eights? Because of this guy. Because he did that. He has an ace here, so this is no good for this guy. Nope, got pocket eights. Yeah, we never lose this guy. But let's see what Rasaj had here. Pocket eights, pocket tens. Yeah, so us folding our pocket eights here. Rasaj has pocket tens. We have pocket eights. I do not like this hand. Not gonna play this hand. We'll put pressure on K marks. You want to play, then you can't call. You have 7 bigs. Right, you can't call it off like that. So now you get 3 outs here. He happens to hit the 3 outs. Yeah, he only has 3 outs, right? It's king versus queens. We talked about this before. Ace king versus ace queen. You both have a queen. Ace king versus ace 5 or ace 4, whatever it was. You only have 3 outs. Nothing wrong with chunking that in there. He was willing to risk his tournament life on that, and that's absolutely okay. Excuse me. But there's no calling there, right? You have 7 bigs. You don't call 1 and think you're going to get away with that. So let's go with it. Predict. What's the password? Where's my mouse? How come my mouse is not working? There we go. My mouse was messed up. Will EC make the final table? Not a chance. Closes in 7 minutes. We are watching 888 Poker. Well, what's the password, guys? This is the home game, right? Mystery Bounty home game with Nick Eastwood. Ace 7 versus not Ace 7. Let's get out of the way. I think we're on the, yeah, Ace Jack, just on the button, makes sense. This is a fairly tight player here. I had a different read on this guy way back when before I actually started tracking some of this shit. He had jammed 60 pre-flop with Ace King off. What the hell? But now I understand, like in hindsight, I understand why he was doing that. It has to do with the buy-in tournament, the level of the buy-in tournament that he was playing at, blah, blah, blah. So I have kings. I raised pre-flop. He calls 7-3-3 with 2 clubs. I c-bet. He check raises me. A call on the brick 10. Bets 8% pot. I raise all in. He calls with Jack. So he's making moves. He's just not really paying too close attention to who people are. And I get it. I understand. I know why. It just is what it is, right? No big deal. So, and he calls here, so that's a good one. We need a queen here. Or a queen or 6 now. No, that's not going to cut it. So we're out 120th in that one. 197 doesn't make 197, and we're out in 120th. Well, that's no good. Another one bites the dust. And my notes do have something on him, so it's a little bit off on my part. We'll come back to Sentinel over here. Or this one. What was the play here? Jack. Ace Jack versus Queen 3. My notes on this guy, he tilted afterwards for 10 hands is what my notes say, but probably not that. But I did shark scope this guy. He's played 36,000 tournaments. That's a lot of tournaments. And he's up $12,500. That's from last month. So that's a solid player. So this is actually a $2.20 tournament, and my notes were from an 11-cent tournament. So he's made a leap somewhere along the way here. My question is, why would he be playing that? There's lower tournaments to begin with. But it is what it is, I guess. We come over to this one. We jam with our A6. Again, Kmart doing the same sort of... K-Marks, sorry, not K-Marks. K-Marks doing the same thing he did before. This one's a little different because he got more chips, but there's no play here. Right? You have 10 bigs. It's razor fold. 41 make the money in this tournament, by the way. This guy here is 10th in the tournament. Allison is 7th in the tournament. And Lucas Silva is doing exactly what I just did. Let's take a look at where we're at. We're running out of people here, so let's go open up some tables and look at some of these people. Buggernut. That's a great name. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got... I'm just playing in 2 tournaments. We're looking at some of the other ones. Oops. Let's open this bad boy up. I guess I got moved. Sorry about that. Good thing I had the 1 tournament on. This is the 221, right? Should be this one. Just ignore that one because it's the same one as that one. I have 4 tables open on this one, just because of the timing of where we're at. I'm 42nd out of 49. I'm just looking at 3 other tables to see how they're doing, how they're playing. You can't do this or it's much more difficult to do this in a live game, but you would be standing up looking to see what they're doing at that table, and you're kind of basing your play. The fact that we have online, we can open up a lot of tables at once and see what's going on. That's what we're doing here. This is part of the coaching I'm talking about, preparing yourself. You should be doing these sort of things. It's just information that's there, that's being freely given. You should capitalize on some of these things. So I open up 4 tables. How many tables are there? There's 7 tables, and I have 3 open. I'm just looking at the bottom 3 people, plus my own table. Right? I am 40th out of 48. And 41 make the money. I'm in for 2 bullets in this one. Oh, I'm actually in for 3 on this one. 1 bullet plus 2 rebuys. So $1.65 I'm in for. I don't have any bounties yet. So $1.65, I have to place 10th or 11th. But with some bounties starting to accumulate around, just need to knock out one person, really, right? Lucas over here, we come pretty close, 41. And then I have to only make it top 20, and yada, yada, yada. So let's keep watching. Let's see what we got. Will Eastie make the final table? 134,000 bets that he will not. 7.8 thousand bets he will. That is awesome. What do we got over here? Yavo is raiding? Oh yeah, I think they're doing their big raid right now. I'm gonna have to come back and talk to one shot, one kill. He's a young gentleman out of Ohio. So maybe I'll try and drop him a message and see if he's available. We'll talk. I was thinking about his flopped straight hand and him check raises the flop. Nothing wrong with that. I think that's a brilliant play. Then he hits Jin. He hits a straight flush on the turn. And while we've talked about, he and I have talked about why that is, why I think it's an error to then check the turn. And he check raises him twice, as it turns out. But outside of that, it's what sort of range of hands do you put the other guy on? Right? Monotone boards. It's really tough to flop a flush. It's less than 1%. It's 0.8 something, right? 0.81, I think. It's less than 1% to flop a flush. It is 1.3% to flop a straight. It's much more likely that someone's on a straight draw than them actually flopping the straight. Right? So as such, you bet accordingly. So just because the board comes, like if you raise pre-flop and the board comes monotone, even if you don't have any of those cards, you can expect the top two flush cards of whatever it is to be calling. If you raise pre-flop with pocket eights and black eights, and the flop comes ace, king, queen of all hearts or all diamonds, you should expect a 10 and a jack of diamonds to be calling there. Right? Is it likely that they have jack 10 and called off jack 10? Or is it more likely that they have a flush draw? So now, and in this case, they actually have a straight draw as well. Right? This is why, you come back to the Torelli funnel system. It's more likely that they have that. So even though those cards are over what you have, it's unlikely that they hit all of that. It's unlikely that they have a flush. They could have an ace, they could have a king, of which has got you beat. You don't want to hit. So you in essence have one outer. Right? You have the 8 of whatever not the suit is. If it's a monotone board, it's all red, it's all diamonds. You only have the 8 of hearts to win, because if the 8 of diamonds comes on there, now you have bottom set, but there's 4 diamonds on there, right? It's much more likely that they're on a flush draw than they flopped the flush, right? It's much more likely that they're on some sort of straight draw than them having the straight. And so the new math of young peoples these days and poker players is implied odds, equities and things like that. They're saying, well, they call it blockers. If our hero has 8-4 and he flops the straight, it's less likely that the other guy has a higher straight because you have an 8 blocker. Right? That's what they're referring to. So, what do we got over here on this one? For one big, it's going to be tough to. So I have to call one big to win 7.5. You should take flyers with these every once in a while. Not all the time. This is a shit hand, but you take flyers with this every once in a while. Right? And then you get out of the way. So let's come back to Rad Dad here. I was watching him last night, and I watched a play that people at the table were doing, and I questioned why he would call off on this hand pre-flop. So, and this is in line with what I was saying. The hand we spent an hour talking about earlier on. That's a good one. where the guy has he leads under the gun. Right? He's under the gun, and the cash game is 2-5. The standard raise here is 15, and this guy decides to raise to 25. So you can kind of tell and put it on a bunch of different, on a range of hands. So let's fast forward this hand I'm watching last night. I saw Rad Dad raise to 2 bigs pre-flop with pocket kings. I think that's a little bit low, but again, if that's the norm for A, this site, B, for this player, for Rad Dad, to raise to 2, that's fine. Right? If he's he's raising every hand that he decides to play, he raises to 2 bigs, whether that's a good hand, aces, kings in this case, or Jack 10 suited, he raises to 2. That's still good. iFrog, hello. Welcome in. I am your favorite WoW player. That's awesome. Thank you very much. I'm playing poker today, though. WoW is now up, at least here in North America, right? I just saw this come up, and I am watching Evo TV in the background here. He has his... he's got his thing going on. His stream that I just watched, which is awesome. But iFrog, I just saw your Facebook, not your Facebook, your Instagram come across last night. What were you doing there? You were holding your hair up like this and your eyes are closed. I don't recall what it is you were doing there, but that was awesome. We need a 9 here. Oh, I should be out of this tournament now. Okay, I should be out of this one. Well, that's unfortunate. Could have folded there, I guess, but I don't like that play so much. And Middlehurst has got a lot of chips, so it makes sense that he would call off there as well. So it just is what it is. 44, PKO 44. And 41 make the money, so it just is what it is. That's an unfortunate for sure. As I said, I could have just fooled there. Don't tell who cares, because he'll get mad. No, I'm just kidding. He won't get mad. But I probably could have played that a little bit better. He was just trying to steal some blinds, and it made sense to steal it. But it is what it is. All right, how you doing? Let's see if I can pull up. I'll be right back. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. What is the... Okay. Everyone loves a chop pot. Nice. I think we have time for one more tournament. Let's see what we can get in here. Do we have anything good? Let's see. Do we have any tournaments? We have some tickets. Let's see if we can find tournament tickets to play in. Let's see what the options are. 20. Oh, it's 4 days. 20 ticket. Get a $22 ticket. That starts on Mega Saturday. So that's going to be unfortunate because we're having dinner. Everyone's coming over on Saturday. That's not going to be good. Is there a Mega one on the Sunday? No. How about this one? Sunday ticket I won. Starts 3 get a $16 ticket. That's a late reg. What's this one? Why? We're not playing that one either. What is this one? 8 max? Red string starts in 5 minutes. Well, we can probably get into this one. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Lots of people in this one. Like, holy shit, there's no one in there. But it just didn't reload. I didn't give it enough time to do its thing. We're going to play one more tournament for today. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. So we will... I've got some stuff I've got to do this afternoon. Check out the turkey. Got the turkey sitting in the fridge right now in a big ass bowl. I'm gonna send Mrs. Frostmage a note to see what she needs me to do for this, if anything other than that. And then we're gonna play some World of Warcraft. Probably not gonna stream that, by the way. Excuse me. This is the only tournament we have up right now. The next tournament starts in 5 minutes from now. We have already registered for it, so we have time to get out of it. You can see that we would have turned this. We would be chunking all of our chips in here. If we have pocket 6s, 7s, which we'd be losing to, a better 2, which is reasonable as well, because ace deuce would be the only 2 we would reasonably expect to get there. But I'd have to chunk it all in there. Just check call, and try and get some of these chips. 475 people have bought into this tournament so far, and we still have 6 minutes to go. That's a lot of thinking going on there. Excuse me. But again, we're under the gun, so we can't play shit cards like that, right? That just wouldn't be reasonable, rational. We are having a bit of a rough day today, looking at the cards, looking at our results. We're not going to be results oriented, but calling that ace jack, I don't know. We're going to be folding this one. Let me go get the other table up now that we have it here. It says 8 max. This, no, it's not that one. It's this one. Okay, so let's take a quick look at this one. Right, we've got red, yellow, yellow, yellow. These are just a labeling system, but I have notes written on all of these guys. So let's take a look here. What is deal fine? My mouse is not coming up. That's awesome. Wow, you're so genius. Lucky. Nice. Deafline. Deal fine, sorry. Facing a min raise. This is the play. Yeah, okay. I know which one he's talking about. Call it with ace 4 offsuit. Yeah, so he's... we actually want to shark scope this guy. Is that what it is? Do you... All right, so we'll save that one. Just looking at my notes of what I have on these guys. He's played 600 tournaments. He's down $1,400. This guy over here, he's played 2,000 tournaments and he's down $1,200. So again, that's telling a lot about these players, right? Why are you looking so young? Whoa. Oh, iFrog, you're killing me, man. How old do you think I am? What country do you think this is? Because I'm young at heart. I lead the... I moisturize every night. No, I'm just kidding. Excuse me. Oh, this freaking cold is killing me, man. Let's get this in here. Oops, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Got to be at the right table. let's get this shout out. Go check out that guy right there. iFrog and I play World of Warcraft together. I suspect that you're probably. Does the new patch come out for you tomorrow? It's a 3-minute delay, by the way, so you got to kind of ask and wait for a little bit. But 3-minute delay. If you, iFrog is in Europe. I'm in North America. So where I live specifically, 8 o'clock in the morning is reset, right? Which is 7 a.m. PST, which is 8 a.m. MST, Mountain Standard Time. But ours is on Tuesday. I believe reset day for Europe is actually on Wednesday. Again, probably the same time, right? So, Ace King versus Ace Queen. 3-outer. Yeah, 3-outer does not come in. Well, it wouldn't have mattered. He doesn't need the 3-outer, but it's King versus the Queen, right? Just want that over and over and over again. That's a good move. It is what it is, right? We're just still ripping it up here. Oh, Rigged Sight's coming back. We have lots of history with this guy. Let's see. Do we have anything about him? No. Let's see what Rigged Sight says. Oh, this is great. We like this one. We're just going to make a mark here, and then we'll. Do I have this up here? Let's see what we have here. Excuse me. We are shark scoping Rigged Sight here. Let's see what Shark Scope says about this player. He has played 13.4 thousand tournaments, and he is currently down 11.7K. Which I already knew that before, but we want to use up our Shark Scope searches. You get 10 a day. No, you get 5 a day. You want to look these people up every single day, right? As much as you can. All right, we are out of the rebuy period in this tournament. That tournament. So we will 560. Is this the Daily Legends ones? AMAX, PKO. Yeah. 513. And we are 95 out of 234. So that's good. Good lighting, cool clothing. No, you look 27. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. All right, so let's come over to this one, because this is the same sort of thing that One Shot, One Kill was doing, right? He happened to hit it. Now I'm just on flush draw. I'm on a straight flush draw. But we're going to check raise here, right? We don't want to see any more cards. We hit our hand. We don't want to see any more cards. But as it turns out, we do have a backdoor draw. If he calls, we don't want to see another club, unless it's the 6 of clubs. Chunk it all in there then. If you have a flush draw, you snap calling, right? So it doesn't really matter what we bet. Can't afford World of Warcraft at the moment, so I play Guild Wars 2. Fair. It is 1:30 in the afternoon, so actually I have all the lights turned off, right? This is all natural lighting right now. I have 2 monitors, one here, one here. This monitor, which is where the camera is on, is right here. I actually have a spreadsheet open in the background where I track all my tournaments and things like that, my results, yada, 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 all the stuff that I'm doing here. Excuse me. So it is white light coming from the screen that's lighting it up, as well as over there is swinging doors. And the light is just streaming into the room, right? Mrs. Frostmage and I live in $1,000 condo. So we're at one end of the condo where my desk is. The front door is here, and this is out into the field, out into the city, right? So we get lots of light because we're east facing as well. Lots of light. Let us look over here. We're still ripping this up. We are in second place in this tournament. So this is well, what would you expect here, right? This guy's throwing fish over here, under the gun +2, and he hits the 2 on the turn, right? So this is what I was talking about earlier on about no, I look 27. Yes, thank you. Good lighting, cool clothing. Yeah, it's just a hoodie. It's just a plain old hoodie. And I'm infamous for wearing my baseball cap. The Calgary Flames, my hockey team, are playing tonight at 5 o'clock. So this is why I say I got to go get my shit done here fairly quickly. But it's too hot to wear the jersey. I will put my jersey on when I leave the house because I got to go get some stuff for Mrs. Frostmage and I for dinner tonight and blah, 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 the rest of that stuff. Excuse me. I think I'm going to make some nachos tonight. So let's see, maybe some burritos. Yeah, anyway, digress. And you can't do it. I get it. So I've actually switched over a little bit of my WoW playing time to farming gold. So like the last 2 or 3 weeks or so, I haven't run a whole lot of keys. I haven't done a whole lot of anything. All I've done is farm up gold. That's it. So this week I actually have, I think, 300,000 ish gold on my main tune. No, I have 200,000 gold on my main tune. My secondary one, which is coming close to being my main, my enchanter, he's got like 50 or 60,000 gold. And my tank, which is going to be my main today, starting today, has about 30,000. So I have about 300,000 is what I'm trying to say. A token right now is for 300,000. I do that every week. So this past week, I'll open up all my tunes, get all the cash out of all of them today, and shovel all the cash from my other tunes to the one tune, and buy my WoW token that way. So I made this past week. I made 30 days of game time today, like this week, and now I've got to rinse and repeat and do that a shit ton for the next 2 months because the new expansion's been announced, and I don't have any cash to buy that, and I don't want to spend any cash doing that. Right? It's been about 2 years, probably more than 2 years now, that I haven't spent any real cash to play this game. I just have so much in-game gold that I just buy the tokens, game time. 30 days of game time for about 300,000 every month. So you got to make $1,000, 1,000 gold every day. Right? That's what it works out to be. 1,000 gold every day. All right, let's come back to the poker here. Let's talk about this. This guy's life is in disarray. This guy, he's the guy that road rages. Right? Why? Because he's got pocket queens. This guy has pocket twos. The 2 hits on the turn with 4 clubs on there, and he still called it off. So he hits the 2-outer to overtake this guy, and this guy's now throwing shit on this guy. Right? We're going to go broke with this hand, by the way. It just plays that way. And now, why are you throwing shit at this guy? You want that over and over and over again. Excuse me. We raised the king's pre-flop to ISO a little bit. We want to see what he's going to do here. So we took the lead. We need to have a good reason to not take the lead here. Right? 1 shot, 1 kill. he checked this. Why would I check this? I fought so hard to take the lead, and I smashed this thing. You don't need to bet the big, right? Seven, 9-7. He raised pre-flop under the gun with 9-7. Right? And he calls it. Just small bet, small bet, small bet. And he called it off. Let's see what he had here. He had pocket queens. Right? So even though I raised pre-flop and I led out on every single street, he still called it off. If I go big on the turn, why? Like, none of that makes any sense. If he's got pocket jacks or pocket queen, if it hits there, he's raised pre-flop with ace jack and then calls for the gut shot twice. Maybe. That's reasonable, but I don't think so. Really, we want a queen here. This would have been way better if he hit a queen on the turn or the river, because then all the chips are in there, right? Anyway, so iFrog says, and the announcement about being able to get transmog for cloth leather mail plate on one character is going to be unbound in the new expansion. Just made you want to wait for that. Fair. I will, however, start playing on the NA servers again. Why is that? Why play on the NA servers? How is the play different between Europe and North America? I know there is a difference in play. I just don't know what that difference in play is. I know when I play poker, which is what we're on right now, when I play against Europeans and Brazilians, their play is much different than what most people are used to. Let's come over to this other table here. We are so this is the same sort of thing. Well, we're just looking up to see what we have to make here. I'm 90th at 178. 87 make the money. I only have one bullet into it, so it's 220. And 228 gets your money back. So anything better than 228 is good. Sorry, anything better than 87th place is going to be good. What's this one? His guy is just texting me. That's my other buddy from Oregon. What do we have over here? Well, again, I hope to see you back. I know that we have different times. It's difficult sometimes for us to play at the same time. I'm playing more in the morning. My schedule has shifted a little bit. I used to play a lot at night, obviously. I no longer do that. Right? It just doesn't work for me to play late nights anymore. Although I did play last night. I think it was up until 3 o'clock. It was a bit brutal. But I don't want to do that too often. You know what I'm saying? This is just not good on any sort of level. Yeah, just take a shot at it. Here's what it is. Second, I'm in 4th place in this tournament, 4 out of 37. I've got lots of chips. Again, getting upset. I'm still thinking about these two guys. It cracks me up. This Queen 10 suited. This guy's wide open. Plays in nosebleeds. He's wide open. What are you getting upset at? Cracks me up. What's over here? All right, I have Pocket threes on the button, so that's worth a raise for sure. And I have queen. We'll take a flyer with this one. It's not a real good hand to do a flyer with because it's just heads up, but we'll take a flyer on it. He should lead here, right? The question is whether I want to chunk it in there or not. I don't. So we'll just get out of the way. Yeah. A hit, straight draw, and a flush draw. Now I have this straight. Let's come over to this one. So the question is, how many eights does he have in his range? How many eights does this guy have in his range? Not very many. He did not call it off, which is good, so. We have pocket sixes over here. We really need to hit this hard. We really need to hit this hard. And we do hit it hard. So this is good, right? We get a full double up here. We like it. Thank you, Koss. Appreciate that. We need that, right? This is how you win these things. You have a better hand and hold, right? I got Jack 3 on the other one. So that will shoot us up fairly high in the ranks and the standings here. Let's take a look. 200,000. Let's see. That puts us on the second page. We're in like 40th place. 40th out of 157. Right, so we got lots of game time here. We have Ace Jack, which is a decent hand here. I'm going to need a glass of Wota as well. We have position. Yeah, we'll just take it down. I was thinking about folding that as well. We still a couple more blinds there. Looks like that's awesome. Excuse me. This is freaking cold. Man, it's not even that I have a cold. It's just this cough. Excuse me. Just round and round we go. Let's keep going here. Need a deep run in this one. Deep run in this. This will take us to, well, this one, the other tournament. This will take us to 5 o'clock. So we've got like 3 hours. This one tournament's been running for an hour and 45 minutes. And we have at least another hour here. This one's just started. We're in level 3. So we got, and it's only been going for late reg is in an hour, right? We got a long ways to go. So that puts us at 3 o'clock. The game is at 5, and I've got to still run out. So this is what it is, right? Pocket jacks, that's a good hand. We like that one. We'll just, again, do what we're doing. Just lead on all of these hands about the same amount that we bet every single time. Probably should have a little bit bigger stack here. Right? Aces, kings, queens, jacks, right? Tens, ace, king, ace, queen. All of those are reasonable to raise here. We want to see a favorable flop. So we're just going to call it off. Right? That's fairly decent for us. We should be ahead. Yeah, we should be ahead now. Yeah, and he called that off as well. Right? Our range is pretty good. What did I just say? What did I just say on that guy? He's got ace king. Right? Aces, kings, queens, ace king. All of those are good ranging hands. We want to eliminate all those things. And the fact that he checked it, queen 9-9, he checks it. 6, he checks it. There's no way he has a queen. He doesn't have aces, kings, queens here, right? He doesn't check both of those. He doesn't check full house twice. He is calling me down with ace high. That's what just happened there. Let's shark scope this guy. This will be a fairly loose player as well. See, LK is, here we go. Oh, that is a bit shocking. I am shocked at that. Okay, well, let's put this up here. That is absolutely shocking. He has played 5.4K tournaments. He is up. He is up. All right, so let's come over to this one because this is the important one. I have pocket king, queens, and I raise pre-flop, and I get 3 callers. It's unusual for them to flop this, but this would be in my range better than his. So we're still going to lead out here. And all we're going to do is raise fold, right? It's more likely that he has a king than he has the flush, but we can't beat the king, so we just get out of the way, right? That's the thought process. So now I would expect this guy to be on the flush draw. He has to have the king and he has to have the flush draw. Maybe it's the other way. Now he's on the flush draw and he has the king. Right? And it's changing back and forth. But that's one of these. This guy I suspect will have the flush draw and this guy will have the king. But he doesn't have ace king. All right, so now it's the other way. Yeah, there it is. So it has the flush. Right? Let's see what this guy has. Koss is tilting here pretty hard. Yeah, okay, so that's right. He's on the flush draw and he had the king. And I was going to say, he can't have ace king, right? Because he only called pre-flop. King queen would be in there. As it turns out, he actually has king jack off suit, right? So the read is on there. It makes sense when you kind of put these things all together. But the read is right. It's really tough to flop a flush. He doesn't want to see any more cards because he already has the flush. But it's, so he's still a quote unquote on that flush draw, even though he hit the flush, right? He doesn't want to see any more cards. The check raise is a bit concerning on the turn. Or no, if he's going to check raise, that's where you want to check raise. But I would check raise this guy larger than that. Anyway, what do we got over here? Pocket eights. We are still looking up this guy right here because we haven't finished that story yet. He has played 5.4 thousand chips tournaments. He is up 4K. That is wow. All right, so now we're on the same here, right? We're on a flush draw, so we'll just check call it down. He's going to lead again. He should. He's taking the lead. I have to have a good reason to call off here, right? I can hit an 8. I can hit the flush, but at what expense? He's got some shitty queen that hit here, so we'll just give this one up. We'll just move on to the next one. Yeah, it's just not worth it to call that off. Right? So if you take the lead, as I've said in the earlier part of the stream, if you take the lead, you have to have a good reason not to keep the lead, especially when it checks to you. But that's not what happened here. I took the lead, and then he led out into me on the turn, which apparently is a fairly common play. I might have to incorporate that a little bit more, but he's showing that he likes that enough that when the board pairs, top pair with the queen, that he's not afraid of that. So he could have queen jack suited, flops top 2, even though there's a flush draw on there. He doesn't want to see anymore, but now he's pushing. It's not likely that he would have a full house with that. But so queen jack probably doesn't work in that regard. He would bet smaller if he had a full house because he wants me to come along. There's no reason to bet pot, right? You want to get paid, so you have to bet in a way that the guy comes along with you. Just plugging in my Garmin phone or my watch. hit out in a bit. I'm just absolutely flabbergasted that this guy hit that, and he just called me down with the ace high. He's got a couple wins in here, but not. What's this one? He wins $60. What's this one? He wins $100. He wins 66, 85, 80, 77. Right, just looking first out of 78, 91. I mean, these are pretty good. 1 out of 51. And just looking at some of these hands. First out of 44, 42. Second out of 90. Second out of 100. First out of 56. First out of 45. Second out of 80. So this is, again, I'm absolutely shocked that this guy came up with this. I actually changed the, and I'll keep it on there. Okay, then Queen 10. Queen 10 suited. Okay. I've got 2 different markings going on there. Okay, I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Pardon me. Sorry about that. Ooh. Yeah, this is check fold. What a that's awesome. Rig Sight's in trouble here, right? He's got 1.5 bigs. There's 0% chance he makes it to the money with that. So he's got to find a hand that he can double up here. 87 make the money. We have 129 people left. So he's got 30, 40, he's got 48, 52 people he's got to lose. He's got 1.5 bigs. That's just not going to happen. I'm going to be right back. I got to go wash my hand and get something to drink. I'll be right back. All right, back at it. Just as an aside, I time banked out of this tournament, or out of this one, with Ace Queen. Clearly, I would have raised this pre-flop, and not sure what would have happened there, but it's fine. And then this guy check raises this, so we would be folding here anyway. Is what it is, right? Cheers, guys. Some Wota. This guy has a set. Oh, 2 pair, even better. And this guy has a set. Nice. Just no hand reading going on there. Love it. Love it. What, Sweet Annie by Zach Brown Band. Oh, Evo is playing World of Warcraft there. All right. Eat Lard says we got to put some chips in there. So he decides to raise it up. 2.2. We do not have a very good hand, so we'll just get out of the way. Let's come back at it, right? This is this one here. I've got everyone covered so far. I mean, I can take a flyer at it, but I don't want to do that with a hand as weak as this. Right? Nice. This is a play we've seen a bunch of times, right? For exactly this reason. Yeah, I've seen that before, and I was going to say, this guy, I was putting him on an overpair. I didn't think it was as strong as that, but I did think he had an overpair. Joel is trying to get that 50-cent bounty. We're not going to play it. We'll just get out of the way. It's better to stay in the tournament than not. We have to hit both of these cards, right, with this ace 3, because you're never going to get a better ace to fold, which means you have to hit that one. Right? So we would have got some chips out of this guy, but he would have got more chips out of us. It is what it is. So I think it's just a good fold. We've got to get out of the way. But Rig's got to do that a bunch more times. Let's come to our other table here. I'm 44 out of 122. 88 make the money, so we still got some room to go here. Here's a under the gun raise to 2.2 and a lot of calls. I mean, we're just going to call this off as well. He folded. That's interesting. But what sort of hands do these three guys have? Aces, kings, queens? If he's got aces here, this is a terrible play. And Who Cares and I were just talking about... were we talking about this yesterday? No, it's one shot, one kill. We were talking about this. Just how bad of a play this is if you got aces. Because you're waiting, you want someone else to raise it off. You want to get some sort of value. But you get 3 people that cold call it there. Right? We need a gut shot 8 here. An IKB? Got some history with that guy. Let's take a look here. So this is an easy fold, right? That's fine. We'll just get out of the way of this now. Luck suck. My ace is an ace jack. 666 turn. Or he's played 666 tournaments. He's down $850. So he's losing about $1.50 every tournament. Called off his whole stack to my check raise with second nut flush. Yeah, that's fine. I remember this guy from before. Oh well, look at that bad boy. Right, we have A6 and the flop is A6-6. Let's gonna just have to fold this out. We'll be back in just a half a second. Just gonna check this out. Thought I heard something. The washer over there. Excuse me. All right, so we still have A7. Let's get out of the way of this. Got nothing here. Nothing all the way around. As I said, I'm not going to play any more tournaments today. These will be the last two I'm playing. 5 o'clock comes around. I've got the hockey game at 3 hours from now, which I still got to go to the store, get some beers, get some dinner, stuff to make dinner. I think we're going to have Taco Tuesdays tonight. I am going to raise this, by the way, pre-flop. Suited connected on the button. We're going to chunk this all in here. Probably going to fold this off now. $32 bigs is just too big of a leap here, right? There's still lots of play with 32 bigs. He might have ace king here, which is still got us dominated there. So that's a good fold, I think. We can't beat any pairs, obviously. He's got us covered. I like it. I like his play. If you're in this chat, please whisper so I can assist with your prize. Oh, nice. All right, we're gonna see it now. Well, we got two pair here. I'd be having to chunk it all in here as well. 7 leaves 25, so it'd be 29 in here, and I'd have 25. Mine would not be all in. 7-4. Oh, there's two pair. Right, be knocking all these guys out. What a fish! I love it. Love it. What do we have over here? Did I miss the? Oh, okay. I was just looking at something else going on in the background there. Lime Ricky is still trying to get everyone's passwords or information from 888 Poker's play. They do giveaways, keyword giveaways, and they're just trying to get the goods. Strawburbs. Oh, 26, 5, 6, 7. Nice job. This is Camille. Camille Clicks. She's a World of Warcraft streamer. All right, well, we'll get out of this one. Is this Neltharian's Lair? Oh, no, this is Neltharis. She's doing a 22 Neltharis. Good for her. There's that Queen Jack suited, just catching up there. What else we got over here? And we have Evo going. We have Eastie, of course. I shoved and people time banked a minute and they couldn't get back in. Yes, that is part of the play. So we're talking about tournaments here. So let's come back to this one specifically because this is where we're at. The one player was saying this is what he did. This tournament, we're in level 6. It goes to level 12. Let's say we're in level 12 with 5 minutes left. You probably shouldn't time bank here, right? Because you can't. You have 5 minutes. It's just way too much. So you just play your hand. Once there's 1 minute left and someone jams on this, then you kind of time bank it as long as you possibly can, because you don't want to give them the opportunity to go broke and then come back into the tournament. Right? I do this as well, especially in these guys, right? I mean, if I see it's a tight guy that has raised pre-flop and his tournament life is at risk, I very well may take my time and run the time bank out so that they can't get back in if they go broke. If they win, that's great. If they win, then that's absolutely fine as well. But then they have just a few chips. Right? You can't just dump your stack and get a new stack. And then you want to stop people from doing that. That's what this one guy is saying that happened here. Someone time banked for a full minute and he couldn't get back into the tournament. Yeah. Who did I just hear yesterday talk about Bobby Baldwin? That was the David Tuckman. He's one of the announcers for 888 Poker. He also does announcing on Live at the Bike. Excuse me. He says the same sort of thing. But Bobby Baldwin, WSOP Hall of Famer, said that had I not waited so late in the tournament, I would have still had chips. I could have played better earlier on than later on when it's at it, right? And that's bang on. I say to who cares, you can't allow yourself to get down to big, like not very many bigs. And because he and I are old school, we used to believe that 20 bigs, like sub 20 bigs, is razor fold type hands. Now it's actually less than that. Right? It's somewhere closer to probably like 8 or 5. Because who was over here? It was a rigged site. He had 1.5 bigs, right? He had to hit it and he had to get lucky. And he had pocket 8s. He just had to avoid whatever the other one was. And he couldn't do that. Let's get out of the way. Excuse me. Well, we just keep going here. What do we have over on this other one here? We're just fold, right? We had 33 bigs, and when Miso Solid jammed us and we just folded off because you have to be respectful of your chips, we're 63rd of 103, right? You can see that the bubble's coming up here, so we're gonna have to slide this other tournament over, and like before, we're at 100 now, so we got to lose 13 people before we make the money. We're going to just slide it over to, let's take a look at some people. Shall we? And surprise, surprise, we see some of the same people at the very bottom here trying to make their move into Holy Smoke, as it turns out right here. Holy Smoke is one of the lowest people in the tournament. Kings holds up. That's good. What do we have over here? Don Ron. 330, 375 tournaments. He's up $310. In the red for 15 tournaments and all black. That's good. TV. Oh, man. Let's get out of the way of this one. Yeah. What do we got over here? Just still watching it go round and round and round. Noobzilla, RV near. Those two guys are at the bottom. We've got Hot Smoke. He's probably the very bottom mist. Yeah, 98. We've got at least 12 more. So he's trying to run out 12 more hands along the way. We're just folding our A7 because it's not a very good hand. All right. But now Joel's just two, over and over and over again. This should be a big hand here. Under the gun. What hand is he just limp calling with? So we'll get out of the way. Jow Machine. We've seen him a bunch of times. We have some history with him. He should be close to the chip leader with 107 bigs. We have 97 people. 10 people to lose to make the money. We're just folding at the other table. Just round and round we go. Just do not have a lot of hands to play here. What I am going to do is actually go put my laundry into the dryer. So that's 6 here. This should be a call. Yeah, see? Well, there you go. A7 suited under the gun is good enough for a call. What is happening over there? This would just be a fold. Ace, king, queen, deuce, pocket eights. Set over top pair versus top two. Well, there's a good hand. Guess we'll have to wait. I'm going to raise to 2.2 because we have pocket kings. We'll be right back. We'll just see bet. Doesn't mean that he has to have that, but a week would work in there. Depending on how big he raises here, we might have to call this off. Yeah, he has to have an ace here, right? But nothing wrong with limp in there. I mean, I get it. But this is the problem with his hand, right? He has to hit the hand twice. Because he's going to do that here. And now I have ace king, right? So, I mean, KB's jamming. We have to call this off for sure. Put some pressure on this guy. We're just trying to make it look so stinky is all, right? An error on my part here is that I didn't realize that it was a deep stack. Or not that I didn't realize it, but I didn't take that into account. Tell me who's number one. Okay, so we're over here. Let's come back over this one. Homestead is got 138 chips behind, so he doesn't make it out of the this. He doesn't make it out of the next one without winning. He's got 4 or 5. He's got to lose 7 people before this this hand goes down. I can't see that happening. He's all in on the next one, right? Because he only has 131 chips, 138. So he's all in. Okay, so oh yeah, we're still over here. That's 94 people. Yeah, still at 94. I'm 66 out of 94. We'll make the money here for sure. My water is absolutely delicious, by the way. Oh, he won. What did he win with? His bigs. So he's queen deuce. Oh, it was a chop pot, that's why. And Miso with queen 10 called that off. That's awesome. We just lost someone. These are antes, so I fully expect Cost to lead here. We'll just get out of the way. We're not going to risk anything here. Yeah. And it goes runner straight, so even if we jammed on him, he may still very well call there. Right. 2 away from the money, as it turns out. We are at 89. Our guy left, so I'm going to close this table off. Avernier, he was out there before. He has 1.1 bigs. We got Paul S, who's in 86th place. He's got 6.2 bigs. Who's over here? No one would get rid of that table as well. Vuzi has 3.4. He's coming in the button right now. Just looking at some of the other people here, that's all. We're in the money now, and we have pocket 10, so that's an easy jam at this point. It just makes it look like we don't have a very good hand, but... $515. We are jamming our pocket 10s here, by the way. This guy had A7 before with no raise, so is what it is. Joel was trying to push earlier on. I mean, we're just not folding here. So let's just put some pressure on there and steal the 4.5 bigs that are in there. And it just looks like we have some sort of shitty hand, right? Cost is calling it up. So we got to avoid whatever this is. Oh, and there's a call right there. So that's good. And it was a snap call over here as well. That's even better. Aces versus king queen. So this is in line with what I said before, right? This is a terrible hand to try and call that, but it is what it is, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. 2.78. Oops. With a 50-cent bounty. But but we got cost to call off. But unless there's an ace there, right? Sorry, you're letting people in cheaply to kick it in the pot. He should have jammed his hand there. There's no calling. It's a raise or fold, and that's fine. Nicole is not folding her hand, right? Should be 100% now. Yay. My Garmin. Plug in my lap. Plug in my keyboard. Nicole X, and it's 92. So this is a very fishy play. This is right. She's just starting her journey here, but she's not going to do very well for very long. Right, because it was a limp, and then she limped in, and a couple limps, and then I jammed, and a call here, and she just decided to call. Raising would have been the better play against this, right? I'm not sure why she was thinking like just call twice. This guy put more than half of his stack in. He's just going to call again, right? He cold called the 20 with 20 left. Why not just min raise at this point? This guy's not folding. All right, whatever. Let's move on to the next one. This is our last table. This is the only one we have going on. Let's give an unsure just yet because... Oh, let's come back to this table. Just making a note right now. This is my unsure button because I don't know what to make of this play yet. Shark Scope. Shark has her playing 11 tournaments. And she's down 750. Let's see what that play was again, right? Because I think I'm on the button. Small blind, big blind. Holy smokes, what is happening here? $29 bigs? We're not going to call off 30 bigs with king. So Roby here. I'm not going to call off 30 bigs with 5-6 as this is an easy fold. Get out of the way. Nothing to think about here. Easy peasy. Yeah. Let's take a look at this play again. So we're still looking at the other hand. Oh, no. Under the gun +3, so this is in the hijack. Oops, we're still looking at this one. Just making notes here. we're just watching here. Snap calls. All right, so we're still looking at this hand here and how this played out. So I'm buttons here, small blind, big blind, call here, folds around to me. I jam 140, so it's 3,500 at 7,000. Call 7,000, call 7,000. I jam 140,000, snap call 140,000, leaving himself 140,000. This looks like it's a fold here, and she just cold calls at this point. She has 518,000 starting the hand. She would have to call off 280,000 of that. When this calls here, the question becomes, why isn't this a raise? You got exactly what you're looking for. Why not? You're never folding your hand, right? So let's think about this. She's never folding her hand. And if she's never folding her hand against this, then why call? Do you think that you're enticing this person to bluff the rest of their chips? Right? They may hit whatever the flop is here and overtake your aces, which means you're making a tactical error, right? But I mean, I think it's an error to begin with, but fine. Now you get what you got, all in, half of a stack in there. Why not min raise to put the rest of this guy's stack in here? You're ahead here, right? Let's Google that shit up. What is it? It is Card Player Calculator. We're looking up. My hand is 10 of spades, 10 of hearts. Cold call. Okay, so then the flop is 10 of clubs, 7 of spades, 7 of diamonds. Right? Okay, so again, come back to, I just fold my other hand here, right? Just fold, fold, fold. So I'm all in for 140,000. This guy cold calls half of his stack, leaving himself 140,000. This person with aces, small blind, 3,500 inch chips, 7,000 chips. These are the blinds. Calls one big, folds to me. I jam for 140,000. Snap calls 140,000. Fold. My question is, why isn't this person min raised to put the rest of this guy in here? Is there some sort of piece that they're ever folding here? If not, that's a tactical error. Right? So you want to figure out how to best play your hand. You're never folding here. So when the flop comes king 7-7, this person now jams all in. Is there ever a fold here? No. If there's not, then the error is that not min raising on the flop, right? King 7-7. If this guy has a 7, it just is what it is, right? It just is what it is. Okay, so let's see what their hands are, and we'll figure out the math here in just 1 second. Okay, so the math says, let's get rid of this. Ace of spades, no, it's behind me, right? So it's the king of hearts, queen of diamonds. So I'm the favorite here with 54.5% to 46%, so 54 to 46. And then the aces also comes along, ace of spades, ace of hearts. So now it's 70% for the aces, 17% for the tens, 13% for the king queen. It's not king queen, it's king queen offsuit, my bad. That's 10%. It's 10% for the king queen. So this is the snap call, right? So this has got nothing to do with quote unquote luck. This has everything to do with math. Right? you bet in a way that you're ahead. And if they happen to want to draw out on you, then let it rip. Right? Because that's all you can do. But it's not that you got lucky or unlucky. So then we see the flop. And the flop is... so the question is, why is this not a full, like a min raise 3-bet here? Let's get out of the way of this one. It is a king of clubs, 7 of diamonds, 7 of spades. So now back to the aces over here. With my 10s, I have 8%. The kings have, or the king queen has 9%, and the aces has 83%. Right? Hitting a queen doesn't do it. So the king queen has to hit twice. This is the error. The error, first one is on this. We're going to chunk it all in here. Just let it rip. Yeah, 3-outer. They flop a straight, so that's probably pretty good. That's probably pretty good. Ace queen versus king queen, and they flop the straight, right? So again, they only have 3 outs. Whatever. We don't feel bad about it. You're never folding here, right? Hitting a queen doesn't work, so they can only hit the king or the 10. That's a great spot for the aces, isn't it? You have to avoid the 2 10s, and you have to avoid the 2 kings. You have to avoid 4 cards. Anything else other than 4 cards, you win. And there's no flop that, or there's no, you're never folding there. So there's a couple of errors. Kosh should not call this. It's raise or fold. All right, let's move over to our last table. As I said, this is our last one here. I spent a lot of time looking this up, and there's nothing wrong with that. This is our last hand, our last table. We'll just save that one for later. So I don't know. What she calls him. She. All right, just saving that one off. It is what it is. What do we have over here? This is our last hand, by the way. Or sorry, our last tournament. There's a strong possibility we'll buy into this one again. Oh, and I got moved, so I don't know where that tournament player went. Throw shit when he hits a 6-outer. That's too funny. Lots of history with Asthma Guy. I mean, this is a solid player as well. He's played 19,000 tournaments, and he's 0. This was last 2 months ago, month and a half ago. 0. He was up way from 2,000, like 2,000 tournaments, to just short of 17,000 tournaments. He was up tons of cash, but played way over his head, and now he's rebuilding. So he just played over his bankroll. Hartman here is a total fish. Needs some work. Not sure when this comment was made. I made it in 6, but plays way too many hands. And then apparently he hit a 2-outer or 6-outer and was throwing shit, thinking he was a genius. So we just have to chunk this all in, right, to play it along, so we can rebuy into this tournament. Yeah, we like this one. We got king. Oh, we need a king here. King or a queen? Because everyone loves a chop pot. All right, let's get back into this one. As I said, this is our last ones for the day, so we're not buying it anymore. Cool. Cool beans. Oh, that's so good. So good. Disc was so awesome this patch. I'll be disc mean as well. It's not that so strong. Queen 6. That's awesome, right? Queen 6 is just, that's great. Is what you expect. Yeah. Absolutely. Story checks out. Yep. What do you think this means here? Should I take a flyer with this against that? No, not now. Legend BR. Let's get out of the way of that. The snap jam, so now you're calling it all off. Queen 10 versus aces. No concept that he was behind. So that's awesome. That is awesome. No idea. This is why he's down all of his monies. That's why he's down thousands of dollars. What do we have over here? $845.61. That is my bankroll. After today, we've played lots of tournaments today. I have not kept up with this today. So that looks like we have 10 tournaments there. Let's see what we have over here. Are we actually at 10 tournaments? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we are at 10 tournaments. I'm in for... I crapped out on that one. I don't know what was the position here. 515. I finished in 86th. 513 people, and I finished in 86th. Okay. I'm in for 1166 today, and I'm out for 278. So this is still some ways to go here. Hit trips on that one. That would have been very nice, but this is what it is. Can't play from that position. So just get out of the way. I do not know where this one is. Let's try a different one. No, not all of this. Poker coaching. I do believe this is the wrong one. But what do I know? So I'm going to go through some of these real quick to get rid of some of the stuff. Just an easy fold there, right? Just fold, fold, fold. More of the same that we've always been doing all the way along. Just fold, fold, fold. It's easy for your inbox to fill up. So much crap in here. Holy smokes. Kate Potter. I don't know who that is. Let's go back into it because we gotta get rid of this Shizen. What's this one? Let's see if we got Google Sheets on here. I do believe. Nothing on this one. All right, so let's get out of this one. It's just folding all the way around, right? There's just nothing to put in here. Copy of invoice. What is this one? It's not going to be that one anyway. All in. We can't go call all in with 5-4, right? So we'll have to wait for a better hand than that. It is. $14, I guess. Oh no, we don't want to do this one. Sorry, shit. I'm working on shit in the background here. Just freaking. Why is this thing? I have to send Mrs. Frostmage an invoice. So that's actually what I'm working on right at this moment. Okay, so let's come back over here before I send this off. Just so much shit going on here. Just slowing right down. Excuse me. Sorry, Evo. I'm gonna have to shut you down here, buddy. I will come back to you. I promise. I'm sorry. That's good timing. Should be the last one here. Sent. This is really the one we're looking for. May 4th. Let's switch. Sent. Only a couple minutes left here. Huh. Ace King versus Jack, so just avoiding. That works here. Get rid of some of the stuff in the background here.
Irresistibly smooth.
Okay, here we go. Who's winning here? Last of the water. Five-minute break. Nice. Aussie 2121 has won the giveaway. There must be one more person here, right? It's usually two. That's the other one. This is a last tournament, just slowing down a little bit, but just one winner. That's it. And then Archibald won. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm just checking to see various emails that I have that I've sent off. Because I'm trying to find the one to Mrs. Frostmage. Coffee guy, hot dog guy, and the sausage guy. Well, all right, I need to take a break. I'll be back in just 1 minute. I actually have to go on alert. Excellent. Thank you, iFrog. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I'm lurking, by the way. Forgot to say that. No, it's all good. All good. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I got 4 minutes to go. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Right back. Well, I'm going to have to send a phone call to Mrs. Frostmage. But I can't do it right now. There's some errors. There's an error happening here. I don't know what to make of it. Invoice wise, I've lost track of where we're at. Uh, 21 seconds. I'm just thinking about my shit. I sent her an email. I sent her an invoice, but I sent her an invoice for A, the wrong amount, and B, the wrong totals. Where are we at here? Oh yeah, okay, so this one here, we have 5 minutes left in the rebuy. I've got 17 and a half bigs. 130 people are in this one. Payouts, we got to get to like 23rd, right? So we've got a long ways to go to make this happen. Oops. It's Amy Griffith. She's a Canadian. She's out of Vancouver. She runs her own business. Congrats to that young woman. Asthma guy raises here. This is a tight player. This is a strong player, so it's easy to not do this, right? Not to call it off. Ace there, right? All right. Where is that thing? $67 sent 40 out. So this is not it. Let's open up 68. Here's 68 40. Oh, well, for one, that's the wrong thing I'm looking at. Duh. May 5th. Any invoices from May 5th? Need to have 120 total. 68. I can't do this. Excellent. Oh, it's this guy from before. Nice. It's 148 people in this tournament. And the rebuy, I don't know where I was, but I mean, as I said, I'm totally not even thinking about poker right now. Got to send Mrs. Frostmage a phone call. Just need to figure out when works for her to do that. Kobe? Oh, I know Kobe. Play a lot against that guy. 42 center? Nice. Mystery bounties. Oh, James, boy. Got a lot of history with that guy. We're just watching around, looking. Don't have a whole lot happening here. Easy peasy folds, right? Just trying to find a hand that we can get it all in, as it were. We're 72 out of 91. 27 make the money. So this is just not going to cut it, right? So we have to find a hand that is worthy of chunking it all in there. While I'm sitting, I'm going to get some more water. Oh, water's so good. So good. Maybe this one out so I can get that figured out. All right, big blind. Got queen 7 in the big blind. Queen 9, sorry, Queen 9. Offsuit in the big blind. Let's see what we can come up with. Something tasty, something fun. I doubt it, but see what we can do here. It's got all kinds of rough on it. Just no. Oh. It's good that full there because I was going to jam that actually. This is also a jammable hand. See what's happening here. 88, 22 make it, so we're chunk it in there. $80.20. We need a 5. We need 6 now. Not a 6. All right, we're out of here. That's it. That's all we got. 148, and we're out in 86th place. No big deal. We get it. We understand. Just plays itself. Guys, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Not very good on the felts today. We are in for 1166, and we're out for 278. So not good in the felts. Just is what it is. Plays itself. We're gonna have to do it again tomorrow. Right? That's it. Just have to do it all again tomorrow. All right, you guys have a great day. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow, 10ish.